All right, it's 5 o'clock. Deb? I have to bang my gavel, it says. So good evening and welcome to the October 2nd, 2018 City Council regular meeting. Will the city clerk please call roll?
Mayor Debbie Bertlin,
Here?
Deputy Mayor Salim Neese,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Bassett, Councilmember Wendy Weicker, Councilmember David Wiesentiner,
Here.
and Councilmember Benson Wong.
Thank you. So our first item of business is to approve the agenda. And before we do so as currently scripted, we've just found out that Councilmember Claudia Balducci will not be joining us this evening. So that would be an amendment. And while it's been formally noticed, I would also just call out to the public that we will be adding AB 5487 to the end of the agenda. So with that, is the agenda approved?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, motion approved and agenda has passed. The City Council will now recess into executive session to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 4230-1101I for approximately 60 minutes. The council is not expected to take final action after this executive session. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay, terrific. We have just finished our executive session, and next on the agenda is a study session, which is regarding the Transportation Concurrency Revised Ordinance. And for this, we welcome Interim Development Services Director, Evan Maxim.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, of course, my name is Evan Maxim. I'm your Interim Development Services Director. Tonight, what I thought I'd do is provide a brief overview on what concurrency is, what traffic concurrency is, describe a little bit of history of what has occurred between your first reading, which was actually in October of 2017, and today, and touch on some high points within the revised ordinance. Also joining me tonight for both the transportation concurrency discussion and the transportation element discussion in your comprehensive plan, of course, is Michael Lapham, our consultant from KPG. Hopefully, Michael will keep me honest throughout the presentation. So, at a basic level, traffic concurrency is required by the Growth Management Act. I've put up on the screen a section of RCW you've probably seen once before. But the basic idea is that development should not decrease the level of service at identified intersections within Mercer Island. What we're doing with a concurrency ordinance is essentially an accounting exercise, an accounting for each trip that a intersection receives from new development, and ensuring that the intersection is upgraded as needed to remain consistent with the council's adopted level of service, which is mostly what I've covered in this slide. I apologize, I got off slide. This is based on the level of service that's articulated in your comprehensive plan. This is in your transportation element. The council may recall that on the in November of 2017, you actually placed an update to that transportation element on our comprehensive plan docket. The Planning Commission has reviewed that, again, with primarily presentation material from Michael Lapham at KPG. Review occurred in May and June of 2018 and has recommended an update to that transportation element, which we'll look at a little bit later tonight. I tend to think of concurrency, honestly, in this format. Concurrency is a little bit of a dry subject, so I apologize for the graphic for those who don't like it. But, you know, I tend to think of concurrency in the drip method is often how this is referred to. So the glass of water here would represent your intersection. The capacity within that glass would be the number of trips that an intersection could handle. The rim of the glass would represent the level of service. We don't want the water to overflow the glass itself. In this particular diagram, you'll see that there's remaining capacity, meaning that the glass is not quite yet full, and you have additional trips added by each additional development. The idea here is that the glass never really overflows when you're adding a drip by drip by drip. And that's why we count for each trip in the concurrency ordinance that you'll see in a moment. So from first to second reading, just a quick touch on history, and I went through this in a bit more detail in your study session agenda bill. I'm not going to touch at every point that I laid out there, but I just wanted to get a little bit onto the record. You had your first reading in October of 2017. At the close of that reading, the council essentially directed staff to engage in 3 exercises. The first was to update our level of service information, reflecting the post I-90 closure condition, if you will, updating our level of service as it was affected by the closing of the central lane. The second was to provide a bit more description regarding how impact fees and the payment of impact fees and transportation concurrency mitigation interplay. And the third is, of course, revising the draft ordinance to regulate only arterial intersections. Following the council's first reading, we did have a Growth Management Board hearings appeal, an appeal of essentially the city's compliance with the Growth Management Act. There was a failure to adopt a transportation concurrency ordinance. You will recall that it is mandated by the Growth Management Act. The city entered into an agreement to adopt a transportation concurrency ordinance by November 6th of 2018. That is, of course, coming up. Meanwhile, the Planning Commission has reviewed updated level of service information in the transportation element. They've provided a few modest edits to that transportation element, which we'll get into again a little later tonight. And they made a recommendation that the City Council adopt the new level of service on September 5th after 2 days of public hearing on August 29th and September 5th. Touching on the impact fee and the concurrency mitigation, and again, I went through this in a bit more detail in the study session material. If there are questions, please feel free to ask. But at a high level, impact fees for transportation are assessed on a per vehicle trip basis. So when we're collecting an impact fee, it has to be reasonably related to the new development. It needs to represent a proportionate share of the cost of the improvement to accommodate that development, and the improvement needs to be reasonably benefiting the new development. These are the things that end up as concurrency funded on your TIP, your Transportation Improvement Plan. These are the projects, I should say, that end up on your TIP. When you see a concurrency mitigation that's required to essentially allow a development that otherwise would not pass the concurrency level of service test, and they need to pay to improve an intersection that is otherwise on your TIP, that payment to bring that intersection up into compliance with our level of service is credited towards the impact fee that would otherwise be assessed on that development. So maybe to put this in a little bit more concrete terms, if you had an intersection in town center that was going to fail because of a new mixed-use building, and the developer agreed to pay to upgrade that intersection, that payment to upgrade the intersection would be credited towards the payment of their otherwise required transportation impact fee. Any questions around that? So the revised ordinance. Following the agreement to adopt the transportation concurrency ordinance by November of this year, there was a little bit of interaction between the city staff and the appellant of that case around whether or not the draft transportation concurrency ordinance in front of the City Council was ideal for Mercer Island. And in the end, the appellant recommended that we look at the City of Issaquah's ordinance. That's what we've based our new draft ordinance on. It does essentially the same kinds of things we looked at in the initial draft. I think this is actually a cleaner and easier to administer concurrency ordinance, and perhaps makes the whole exercise a little bit more smooth from the applicant standpoint. This does require a concurrency certificate for all new development that will generate a net new vehicle trip. So if you're tearing down your house and building a new house, and that's all you're doing, you don't need to get a concurrency certificate. If you are tearing down your house, subdividing your lot, and building 2 new homes, you would need to get a concurrency certificate for the net new lot house. Larger projects that would generate more than 10 trips, and the 10 trips is based on the International Transportation Engineer Manual as periodically updated. I believe it's updated every few years. If your project is going to generate more than 10 trips, we would require a traffic impact analysis to ensure that the accounting that's done for that project actually accurately represents trip distribution and trip generation on the site. There's not a formal rule of thumb around when you require the traffic impact analysis. Some jurisdictions will put it at 10, some will put it at 20, some will put it at 30. Staff is recommending as a best practice that you set it at 10 for now while we're starting out this transportation concurrency ordinance. 10 trips would represent a somewhat middle to larger project for Mercer Island. It wouldn't be huge, but it would be an appropriate threshold, especially as we're starting a program like this. Concurrency ordinance does allow for denial of concurrency application and concurrency review. If your project would result in too many trips filling that glass so it overflows over the rim, the city would notify the applicant that the concurrency review was not successful. The applicant would have the option to abandon the project or investigate alternatives to bring the project into compliance with a concurrency review. Typically that's done in essentially one of 2 ways. One would be upgrading the intersection that's failing. The other would be looking at alternative design techniques on site to reduce trip generation. So TDM is the acronym that you sometimes see in ordinances like this. That's transportation demand management. And then the last thing the ordinance does is it does create a basis for timely updates to the transportation model and the associated level of service that's articulated in your transportation element. One of the interesting aspects about this is as we're collecting for a concurrency review, we are actually able to work into our fee for that review a cost estimate for the next model update. So it is a system that can somewhat pay for itself as we're moving forward as part of our permit review program. So that's an overview of the ordinance itself. Are there any questions?
Council, any questions? Wendy?
Yeah, can you talk about the 3 intersections that were added back into the ordinance?
So as part of our drafting the new ordinance, we have looked at recent case law or even Growth Management Hearings Board rules around whether or not you can exempt intersections from concurrency review. The upshot was no, you could not. So we have added those 3 intersections back into the intersections that are part of the concurrency review.
Council, anyone else? Benson, is that,
Well, first of all, I just want to actually thank the staff and the appellants and other folks who were involved in sort of changing the format of this ordinance. I just found it a lot easier to read, and so I appreciate that. I actually have some other suggested changes, but I think I'm going to wait until we actually have this on the agenda. I mean, I've shared it with Evan before, and you have copies of my proposed amendments, but I think we might also just wait until that time arises.
So the last,
so is this the end of the presentation?
I have one more slide I'd like to touch on, which is just related to the effective date of the ordinance, and then certainly any general questions. So you'll note that the ordinance is drafted to have an effective date, so it will be adopted either presumably tonight or on October 16th. The effective date that the ordinance includes, of course, is an effective date of December 3rd, 2018. And recall, part of the council's direction last October was to update our level of service standards at the identified intersections. We are anticipating that the earliest the council can take action on that transportation element is November 20th, which would have an effective date then. Your ordinance would have an effective date on December 3rd. Hence, we've timed the the effective date of the traffic concurrency ordinance to match that effective date of the updated level of service. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have, or this is the easiest study session I've had to date.
Well, I actually do have a question, and it's regarding sequencing of projects. So we have a current functioning intersection. There's an applicant for a new development project, and a couple months later, it's anticipated that a second project would come in. Can you talk about how both of those development projects would or would not be impacted by this?
This is typically a first come, first served type exercise, if you want to think of it in that fashion. So if say development A is the first to occur and development B might be occurring in several months. Development A maybe generates 10 trips, receives a traffic concurrency certificate, which is valid for some period of time, typically a year or until that development review is complete. So if it's a design review, it might be somewhat longer. If project A consumes, if you will, most of the capacity in that intersection, such that project B can't pass concurrency, that is a function of the first come, first served type process. And that is why there's a time limit on the validity of the concurrency certificate for projects that aren't moving forward. We want to avoid, for lack of a better term, that hoarding effect you sometimes see around speculative development. If you were a savvy developer, you might be concerned that an intersection was getting close to fail and you just decided to get that certificate and hold on to it. You can do that for a little while, but you can't do that long term. If, of course, project A goes through and it consumes most but not all of the trips, project B theoretically could be modified to consume less trips within that intersection, or look at upgrades to the intersection itself.
Okay, great, thank you. Bruce, and then I think Salim?
I just might suggest, Benson, you were suggesting you would wait until later, but given that we're looking to be early here, maybe at least educating us as to these so that we can go through them more quickly when it comes time later would be efficient. And Salim, if you had something that was more germane
just say, yeah.
to Evan, I'll happily defer that.
Well, yeah, let me just touch on a question for the public benefit before we get to that. Evan, one of the things we talked about before were intersection capacity and alternate strategies to deal with traffic, things like and different work patterns, I guess, for residents, maybe working night shifts or something like that, or Orca cards and maybe Lime bikes fall into those things. It was discussed that available intersection capacity gets used up first before any alternate strategy could be used. Is that still the case?
That would be still the case. So we typically only go to the alternative strategies when we're contemplating a denial of the transportation concurrency application, pardon me. So in a situation like that, the bulk of that capacity would have been consumed, if not all of that capacity, before we would start entertaining things like TDM management. The challenge with some of the TD management protocols is ensuring that they are successful long-term. We have tools built in to try and provide some of that guarantee, but it becomes a bit more of a risky exercise for a city to engage in, as opposed to potentially upgrading the intersection itself.
Yeah, but what I saw was it was going to be monitored, and then I assume that if whatever is thought to be working isn't working, you would come up with different strategies.
I think we'd actually try and have that contingency developed before we authorized the development itself. If everything falls apart, kind of the worst case scenario, if you will, it does become a code compliance issue for the city to pursue.
And then sorry?
Pardon me, it can be a complicated conversation at that point.
And then do I understand that if the planned improvements are in the 6-year tip, I guess, then that would make some capacity available?
Right.
As long as it's planned, budgeted, approved, ready to go?
And all signs are pointing towards moving forward. At that point, the impact fee is essentially credited towards that improvement itself.
Right. Okay, thanks.
So actually, that raises a question in my mind. So we have, for example, a planned improvement in our town center that's a function of I believe the FEIS from WashDOT, which is I'm going to get this wrong, but 27th and 70 and 80th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? It's currently a four-way stop?
I believe it's 27th and 8th, yes.
Okay. So because it's planned, if there were to be development in that area where that intersection would be within scope, it would be sort of assumed that that traffic light had in fact been installed at the time of conducting the study.
I believe that's correct. I think actually you're starting to get into the modeling of the traffic light, and I'm looking at Michael to see if he's willing to speak to that a little bit further. Sorry.
The only reason I bring it up is because this is such a specific intersection in our town center.
Yeah, could you, so a development could move forward.
Is the mic on, or maybe you can scoot a little closer? I know
sure.
people at home sometimes struggle if we're not
Yeah,
close
no
to the
problem.
mic. Thanks.
So a development could move forward if there's a planned improvement that's funded and looking like it's going to move forward within 6 years. That project there's 2 transportation project lists. One of them is a short-term 6-year TIP project, which a lot of the projects are funded, and they're kind of short range, looking to move forward pretty soon. The projects in the transportation element, which we'll get to shortly, is a longer 20-year horizon that does include the projects from the TIP as well. But I believe the project at 27th and 80th is, I don't think it is in the TIP, actually. I don't think it is funded. So we would need a little bit of work. It's definitely on the city's radar, and it could be moved forward. But I'm not aware I don't believe it is funded right now.
Sound Transit funded, I think.
Sound Transit WashDOT should be funding it.
Oh, yeah, well,
I believe we don't need to worry too much tonight,
I
but
don't
I think that would
is
be.
one of I apologize for interrupting, but I don't believe that is one of the ones that they're funding. I could be wrong about that. Okay.
So let's get that clarified, just to make sure, because I've been on the assumption that that is being funded by.
That's right. It's my understanding it's in the FEIS for them to fund and improve. I think it's just a question of timing on that. But we'll go back and confirm that. I know I asked Patrick that recently, so, but I'll go back and confirm that.
Okay.
Great, thanks. Okay, council, are there any other general questions? And I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think Bruce made a sound suggestion insofar as the extent to which we have some time, that we go ahead and maybe start on some of Benson's questions.
Thank you. Once again, I'd like to say that I really have found this ordinance a lot easier to read, and I appreciate all the work that went into redrafting it. Having said that, though, there are a few things that I have listed on the sheet that I handed out, and I'm going to give the city clerk a copy of it after the meeting, to the extent that any of these amendments or suggested changes are adopted. Probably the more substantive ones are, for instance, 2 and 3. There's a couple of places in the ordinance that the word may is used in terms of what the code official can do. And frankly, I think it's more appropriate if the word shall is used instead of may, because basically when you read that part of the ordinance, it's talking in terms of if certain conditions have been satisfied, it says that the code official may do this, which suggests to me that the code official may not do this, and that's why I talked to Evan about it, and he's in agreement that it could be actually be changed or should be changed to shall.
Can I, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of, at least, maybe just myself, these are the questions that came up in the email that you forwarded to staff and Evan has responded to. So we're just sort of summarizing it here, or these net new questions?
No, these are, good point. This is a summary of the exchange that Evan and I had in our email, and I just lifted the ones that Evan said, yeah, okay, that may work, or that may be okay.
Okay.
So that's what you see here. The one that is perhaps more substantive is simply the last one, which I am asking, there's a proviso, and this goes back to what Evan was talking about, having a periodic review of the loss of service. And it was every 5 years that there would be an update, provided funding was available. And I, frankly, I didn't like the proviso. I didn't seem to me, or could not quite understand why funding would not be available if and when that update needed to be done. So my preference would be simply to strike that proviso so that it's a sure thing that every 5 years it's going to be updated. And so that's kind of just in general. I mean, the language is there that I have in the printout here. But that's,
I'm sorry, I got lost on the last one, Benson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kind of playing catch-up,
Yeah, no, that's
trying to
fine.
insert your edits into
yeah, that's
the
fine.
document.
Yeah, I didn't, okay, I mean, I was trying not to
It's-
refer specifically to the ordinance because it's so, but if you go to the ordinance, 1920-080, paragraph B, that's when it talks about the city shall update the existing levels of service at concurrency intersections at least every 5 years, provided funding for the update is available. And it's that proviso at the end that I have trouble with, and that's what I would suggest deleting it.
So you're not planning to delete the entirety of B? You
No,
are
no,
suggesting
just
deleting
the proviso.
provided
Right.
funding for the update is
Right.
available. So just strike that
Right.
section.
Mayor Bertlin, can I ask Councilmember Wong? So you want to actually make sure that an update is occurring every 5 years
Correct.
with regard to what's happening and I'm questioning that just because there could be no change, no development, no new thing, and we would expend our limited resources on that. I guess I'm nervous about that tying our hands when maybe the circumstances might be that it doesn't make sense to do it in that 5-year period.
So in other words, a scenario where perhaps there had been no development in the town center, and then yet we're still committed to providing it.
I'm just nervous about that, given
Well, under that circumstance.
our resources.
Well.
And then would we be out of compliance?
Well, given your scenario, if there was no development, I suppose the update would be very short and sweet. I mean, I just didn't understand this proviso. I mean, because it seemed to me that at that point, you know, you would be kicking it down the road, basically, and I just didn't understand why, if you have a 5-year window that you're looking at, why you would not, you as a city manager, for instance, would not budget for that 5 years out. That's all. So,
It may help with the question around resourcing. I will remind the council that we can look at least an estimate of the update of that traffic model to update this level of service information as part of our concurrency application review fee. We're in the process of updating our fee study at the moment to try and build this into that fee amount. And I'm actually going to rely on KPG, who just did the model update for us, to generate that fee estimate amount, so we can build it into our review fees to have some of that funding.
What about, Evan, if it were more pegged to the update of the comprehensive plan? I mean, we have to update that, every
8 years typically.
8 years. So that makes a lot of sense to maybe update the data really to inform the comprehensive plan update.
Can I ask a question, Evan? So did I hear that this is going to be tied to a fee that would be collected as an impact fee or as an application fee, or?
This is actually, so the concurrency review, if you will,
Yeah.
does require some staff time and effort and analysis. And we are anticipating bringing to you a fee study that would articulate what that time resource cost to the city would be, and appropriate recoup through our permit fees. As part of that recoup, we can also capture the cost of the model update that we anticipate doing in 5, 10, however many years.
But I'm asking specifically, is it tied to an impact fee or just
No, this is a
application fee?
concurrency application fee.
And does that have a clock on it like an impact fee does? It has to be spent every 6 years?
We would want to ensure that the timing that we are assuming when modifying that concurrency application fee to update the fee study, to update the level of service study, was accurate. For example, we wouldn't want to over-collect more money as part of that review fee, such that we ended up with too much money for that traffic.
So
fee
maybe
update.
my question is, you got 8 years, you got 6 years on an impact fee, you got 5 years in the ordinance. I mean, did anybody give it any real thought as to what the frequency is, given those other things?
Well, I
It's
just,
not the proviso that's really the issue here, it's the 5 years.
well, it says provided funding for the update is available. And I think that what I interpreted that to mean is that there was some degree of flexibility and discretion at the staff. Because one of the points I would make is, for example, if there had been no development for 5 years, then no fees would have been collected, and yet we would still be obligated to update it, whether big, small, medium, fat, skinny. I mean, however one describes these studies. So I think what I'm taking away is, rather than us perhaps trying to solve it here, is that we would have staff go away and look at what that recommendation is, and whether go away means between now and the time it comes back for full discussion in terms of the ordinance itself, or whether or not it needs to come back for another reading, I don't know. So
I believe this is probably a very quick conversation between the leadership staff, and we can provide a recommendation for your first reading a little bit later tonight.
Okay. So I think point well made by all parties, and we'll look forward to some hopeful clarification when we get into the main body of tonight's meeting. Okay, so Benson,
That's pretty much it, and we can go through the rest, I mean, pretty quickly, I think.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to start at the top?
Oh, well, I mean, it's, okay, I mean, I'm happy to do that. Again, this is more, if you had the ordinance, hopefully if you have the ordinance in front of you, it makes a whole lot more sense. But I'm simply on the, item number 1 is simply to clarify language that's in the ordinance. It simply says that, it simply talks in terms of abandonment. And I simply wanted to clarify that the project will be deemed abandoned if the applicant doesn't do either items in subsection 2 or 3, This is in section 1920.050. It just tries to close the loop. It's just this abandon the proposed development. That's the language that's in the ordinance. It simply kind of leaves it hanging out there. So I just wanted to close it by simply saying the project will be deemed abandoned if the applicant doesn't do either 2 or 3. And again, in 1920.050 C1, basically this is where the code official may do certain things. And again, I'm suggesting that it be changed to shall. Because again, if you go further down the ordinance, it's basically saying that certain things have to be satisfied. And so, assuming those things are satisfied, it just struck me that the code official shall do this then, as opposed to may. Okay. Similarly, in 1920.050 C, paren 2, which is on the next page, it's the same deal. Basically, again, if the applicant is satisfied certain requirements, again, talking with Evan, Evan agrees that the code official shall do this, shall approve the TDM, okay? And if you go further in that section 2, because I know there was a comment that Evan expressed concerns that the TDM should satisfy certain things. I have suggested, again, in items 4 and 5, certain language that would require that these steps be satisfactory to the code official. So, again, wanted to make sure that the code official felt comfortable with the TDM, and if so, then the code official would be required to approve it.
So Benson, just for sake of clarity, there were 7 points on your list.
Yeah,
We
I'm
initially went through points 2, 3, and then 7.
Oh, 4
These
and 5.
comments are addressing
Yeah.
1, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, 4 and 5 are tied to number 3. I mean, they're subsets, okay? And then there's a typo, number 6 is a typo, correction.
Okay.
And then number 7 is the reference to the proviso.
So, given Benson's comments, Evan, did you have any concern with the recommendations that he made?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So, in summary then, I'm going to see if I've captured this correctly so that when we actually come to this AB, that we hopefully have already worked our way through this list. The first one was approved, so to speak, or a thumbs up, agreed to by staff. Same with 2 and 3, 4, 5, and 6. Staff was comfortable with Benson's recommendations, and then 7, staff leadership is going to huddle and come back to us with a recommendation during the AB discussion itself.
We will.
So the only matter outstanding would then be point 7. Council, is that consistent with your understanding? Okay.
There's still a question of whether council, staff agrees with it. Does the council agree with it? And I'll just say, speaking for myself, I do. I'm fine with everything that he's proposed and want to hear back from staff on number 7. But that it is a T to be crossed or an I to be dotted.
Okay. Well, great. I think we still get points for an efficient study session then, maybe even super efficient study session. With that said, council will adjourn until 7 o'clock. striking that from the agenda as it was approved at the start of our meeting at 5 o'clock. And our next and last item of special business will then be AB 5484, which is Domestic Violence Action Month proclamation. And for that, I'm inviting to come down Youth and Family Services Senior Programs Manager and Clinical Supervisor Derek Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm here tonight with Ward Urian to receive the proclamation. Ward is a social change manager with LifeWire. LifeWire is a domestic violence institution that is well known regionally. He's an expert consultant, just a remarkable resource, both he and the institution. The Department of Youth and Family Services is so pleased for the recognition afforded Domestic Violence Action Month tonight. Unfortunately, domestic violence continues to occur all too frequently across the country and here in Mercer Island, where relative affluence and strong family values cannot insulate us from the serious effects of domestic violence. The Youth and Family Services school-based and outpatient mental health professional staff work directly with domestic violence survivors, including intimate partners and their children, as well as teen victims of dating violence. Through education of our youth, awareness among our friends and families, and direct action from our community, we can limit the damage caused by domestic violence here on Mercer Island. We also recognize tonight the critical work that the Mercer Island Police Department plays in their intervention efforts, challenging as they are in domestic violence situations. They're there to ensure safety and help direct survivors to Youth and Family Services, LifeWire, and other supports. Before the mayor reads a proclamation, a few words from Mr. Urian.
Thank you, Dirk. It's such an honor to be here and to celebrate the partnership that we've had with the City of Mercer Island and Mercer Island Youth and Family Services. I certainly hope that the community values the robust program that they have in Mercer Island Youth and Family Services. Having exposure to a number of different programs around the region, I would say that this is the cream of the crop. And it's really a strong statement of the values of the community when it supports a program like that really supports from the ground up the health and welfare and the well-being of the community members that most need it. Without that partnership, we really wouldn't have been able to do the kind of work that we do here on the island, and to begin to move in line and in keeping with what they have done and begun in terms of shifting the social norms that support health, well-being, and healthy relationships around the region, but especially here on the island. And so thank you very much for your continued partnership and for your support, and bravo on recognizing Domestic Violence Action Month. I really appreciate it.
All right, so stay close.
Great.
All right, so 2018 Domestic Violence Action Month. Whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men during their lifetime, it is widespread and has a devastating impact on survivors, children, families, and our community. It does not discriminate and crosses all economic, racial, gender, educational, religious, and societal barriers. Whereas the City of Mercer Island's Department of Youth and Family Services provides services to help mitigate the devastating impact of domestic violence on survivors, children, families, and the community, education, prevention, and intervention efforts are imperative to not only protect victims, but also to increase public awareness of the severity and extent of domestic violence. Whereas this October, let us honor Domestic Violence Action Month by promoting peace in our own families, homes, and community. Let us renew our commitment to end domestic violence and its brutal and destructive effects on Mercer Island and in every city, every town, and every corner of America. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Bertlin, Mayor of City of Mercer Island, Washington, and on behalf of its City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2018 as Domestic Violence Action Month in Mercer Island. I urge all citizens to speak out against domestic violence and support efforts to prevent and end domestic abuse and the indifference that sustains it. We must work together to increase public awareness of and action on this issue. We must work with young people to stop violence before it starts. Only then will we be able to truly put an end to this epidemic. We encourage survivors, their loved ones, and concerned citizens to learn more by calling the Youth and Family Services Department at 206-275-7611 or www.mercergov.org /YFS or the LifeWire helpline at 425-746-1940. Approved the second day of October 2018. Thank you for being here. The photo. Great. Okay, with that, we will now move on to the city manager's report, and for that, welcome City Manager Julie Underwood.
Good evening, Council. The City Parks and Rec Department has started a master planning process to establish a shared community vision for the Aubrey Davis Park. The process will include extended community engagement through the fall of 2019. Residents will have the opportunity to participate in community meetings, surveys, and the city's new online forum, Let's Talk Mercer Island. Coming up will be focus group sessions on active recreation, sports and boating, passive recreation, landscape, and open spaces, as well as arts. Visit letstalk.mercergov.org/Aubrey Davis for more information and to ask questions and share your thoughts. This Wednesday, October 3rd, from 4 to 6 p.m. at the South End Starbucks, you can meet up with one of our officers for a cup of joe and to really have a one-on-one conversation about what you're seeing in trends, crime trends or safety tips or anything like that. Come. It's a great opportunity for you to ask questions and to share your concerns with our police department. The final farmers market of the season is coming up. Whoops. Oh, I'm out of order. Okay. Just want to call your attention. Mercer Island's Prop 1, there are a couple forums coming up, pro and con committee forums. The first one will be this coming Thursday, October 4th, at the Mercer Island Community Center, and it is being hosted by the Chamber. The second one is on Tuesday, October 9th at 7 to 8 p.m. This is being hosted by the Mercer Island Beach Club. Now, the final farmers market of the season will take place on Sunday, October 7, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Mercerdale Park. Pick up fresh produce, prepared foods, crafts, natural products, and more. The council heard some of this at the recent study session, but now MICA is ready to release their findings report to the entire community. This report was developed with the use of small group conversations, large and dynamic visioning sessions, and an on-island wide survey. MICA will also host this community visioning report session. It'll take place on Monday, October 8th at 7 p.m. at the Mercer Island Boys and Girls Club. Final Solarize 2.0 meeting will take place on Tuesday, October 9th at 6 p.m. at the Mercer Island Congregational Church. Attend this free workshop to learn more and qualify for a free site assessment of your roof's potential. And just to share some stats, the number of people who have attended these workshops so far have been over 230. We've had 82 folks take advantage of the free assessments, and about 23 residents are installing solar, so it's pretty exciting to see more solar installations. The City of Mercer Island invites residents to join us on a community conversation about the proposed community facilities rezoned. This will take place on Thursday, October 11 at 6 p.m. at the Mercer Island Community Center. And the staff will provide a brief overview of the proposed plan and code updates, as well as a timeline. And of course, we're very, very interested in listening to the concerns of our residents. Our Parks and Rec Department works hard to create a variety of enriching programs for our residents. Here's another great example. Bird Notes Bob Sundstrom will lead this autumn birding trip on Thursday, October 11th. Residents will depart at the community center at 6:30 a.m. to see fall foliage at its peak. Travel to a former Hawk Census Mountain viewpoint. The fee is $82 for residents, and you can register at mercergov.org/parks. This mark your calendar for Saturday, October 20th is our big celebration, Arbor Day and tree planting celebration, starting at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It'll be at Luther Burbank Park. This is really exciting because we're doing this in partnership with Mountains to Sound Greenway. We'll have food, music, and of course, an opportunity for us to plant some great trees. ARCH, a regional coalition of housing, is seeking volunteers that will serve on a citizen advisory board. Make your voice heard on affordable housing funding and programs. The CAB consists of 12 to 15 community residents and housing professionals, and they work with the ARCH staff to evaluate local housing funding proposals. Board members contribute their understanding of housing and community issues, and they strive to really represent the East Side communities. Those who volunteer have to commit to a meeting a month, and it usually falls on a Wednesday evening and lasts for about 2 hours. So if you're interested, learn more about it by visiting archhousing.org. Save the date. The YFS Foundation annual breakfast will take place February 13th, 2019. Celebrate 30 years of foundation support to youth and family services on the island. And the foundation would love to hear about your story or the role that YFS has played in your life or that of your family. Organizers are interested in knowing who made a difference, whether that's a school counselor, a family therapist, diversion services, or geriatric specialist, and learning how they made a difference. Submissions may remain anonymous if desired, and if you would like to email your story, please do that to YFS, or of course, mail or deliver your story to YFS, and information is there. This is pretty exciting. Congratulations to Roanoke Inn. The Roanoke was selected to receive a King County Executives Award for exemplary achievement in historic preservation. And Ms. Dorothy Reck, the owner, will be presented with the award by County Executive Constantine on October 11. The Roanoke has contributed to Mercer Island's cultural and community identity for over 100 years. So congratulations, Roanoke Inn. And that's all I have.
Great. Well, thank you so much. So with that, next on our agenda tonight is appearances, and it seems that we have a fairly full audience tonight, which is always appreciated and welcome. Appearances is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item. And as it is election season, however, please be reminded that state law generally prohibits the use of city facilities for campaign-related purposes with limited exceptions. So accordingly, please do not make campaign-related comments during this time. If you're here to speak regarding, that was a misspeak on my part. So if you have signed in, I believe the city clerk has a list. She'll be calling groups of 3 to 5 people to come forward. If you could please go ahead and queue, then we'll make sure that people can just come through fairly quickly. But you'll have 3 minutes. We do ask that you provide your name, and we're eager to hear from you. So with that.
Our first 5 individuals that we have: Judy Ross, Julie Garwood, Ryan Rolfs, excuse me if I mispronounce names, Renee Stratton, and Joel Meestrom.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please go ahead and begin.
Am I ready?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Judy Ross, and my husband and I moved to Mercer Island in 1961. So I've been around this island for over 50 years, almost 60. And at that time, the island was described as this pristine piece of property, approximately 19,000 population in the middle of Mercer Island. And it was that, and it still is in many ways. In that period of time, as you can imagine, I have seen enormous change. It's not really just change, it's also transformation. And it's been all over, not just Mercer Island, it's surrounding us, and we can't get away from it. The J was completed some years after my husband and I and our 2 children moved to the island. And once it was done, my husband became a fixture on the basketball court. I used the pool extensively. It's probably why I'm still alive. And my children took part in various activities that were offered for their age groups. None of us are comfortable with change, I believe. It's unfamiliar, it's unknown, and we don't know always what to expect. But while I'm here, I would just like to describe a couple of building projects that occurred while we were living here. We lived about, I would say, half a mile north of where Paul Allen has developed his compound. And I remember when he first came to the island and he bought up a piece of beautiful waterfront in Lakeview Highlands. And after that, he went about buying many of the neighbors who also had waterfront properties until it was big enough for what he wanted. And his proposal to the city council at that time, I remember, was he wanted to build his 10,000 square foot home, doesn't everybody? And he wanted to also build a home for his mother, which would include a library because she had been a librarian. He wanted a full-size gym to accommodate practices of his Blazers team. In addition to that, he wanted some guest houses. And the coup de grace was when he requested the ability to build a helipad.
I'm going to have to ask you to finish up, please.
I beg your pardon?
The 3 minutes is up, so if you could please
Oh,
just...
so you want me to hurry up? Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay. Anyway, eventually, he was given that permission, and that compound is there today. It caused enormous upheaval, as you can imagine. But if there's goodwill on both sides, there are ways to mitigate it. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is just for a minute, is the construction of the community center.
Unfortunately, each person gets 3 minutes, so if you could just give us the
Okay.
punchline, that would be
Well, my
great.
punchline basically is that the only thing that's permanent in our lives is change.
Thank you. Deb, I've noticed that the yellow light is not going on when there's 30 seconds left, so I think people are perhaps not quite as aware that their time is running out.
We'll look into the equipment.
Great,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Julie Garwood. Our family has lived at 9772 Southeast 41st Street since 1998. Our house sits between Southeast 41st and Southeast 40th Street, and we overlook the wooded buffer zone at the southwest corner of the existing JCC property. I am opposed to Amendment 8, a proposal submitted by the applicants to allow rezoning, redevelopment, and expansion into our single-family residential neighborhood. It is now 129 days since neighbors first learned of this rezoning proposal. 82 of those days were school summer vacation. a time when residents typically aren't focused on new community initiatives. On day 97, the Planning Commission passed Amendment 8 over the objections of neighbours and the few other Mercer Island residents who were even aware of the proposal. Neighbours came to this process late in the game. The applicants have been buying up houses and quietly planning for several years. In hindsight, it seems obvious to many of us that most planning commissioners had already reached a decision to support Amendment 8 before their June 6th meeting, the first that neighbours attended. The sense now is that they indulged us by providing time for appearances, but our comments and concerns fell on deaf ears and minds that were already made up. Commissioner Weinberg wisely tried to delay the passage of Amendment 8 until the rules that governed this new zone could be fully developed to protect the surrounding neighbourhoods. Unfortunately, his attempts were voted down by the 6 other members of the Commission. I certainly hope for a better outcome from the City Council. So here we are on day 129, and the first city-sponsored community meeting on this issue is still 9 days away. I am told that the JCC has a membership mailing list in excess of 2,000 names. In an email to all of them on August 30, members were urged to write to the City of Mercer Island in support of Amendment 8. A sample letter was attached to make the task easier. No doubt you received a lot of yes letters around that time and might even have thought that they were a true representation of residents' opinions. They weren't. But neighbours and residents have no way to combat that outreach. It is easy to feel very upset and very angry about all of this. I think residents have a right to expect the City Council to support and protect our interests in this process. Amendment 8 is an experiment using spot zoning which will greatly impact the surroundings and quality of life in our neighbourhood. A vote now on Amendment 8 is not reasonable when so many residents are still unaware of the proposal. It should be discussed, considered and debated far more. The City knows this process has not gone well and says it will do better in the future. That will be too late for us. Please understand that we live here, we raise our families here. This is our community and these are our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Brian Relfs, 9703 Southeast 40th. One of the best things that's come out of this issue is that I've had the opportunity to meet many neighbors and islanders who are truly motivated by the best, with the best intentions, the applicants included. And I've got to meet many members of the council, and each time that we've met, I could sense a frustration of your inability to really speak to the details of this issue because it had not yet come before you. Residents have felt the same frustration over the last 3 months as we've been searching for the consequences of this amendment, intended or otherwise. And we've encountered many phrases like, we're not there in the process yet, we can't really speak to those things because we don't know, or this is a high-level document, those details will come later. And please now, we ask that the exact time to discuss those details is right now. I ask that the council please deliberate and ask questions as to how specific features of our current code are ineffective in allowing Mercer Island facilities to meet the needs of their patrons. I ask the council please deliberate and ask questions in order to identify specific features of specific Mercer Island facilities that, if developed under the current rules, will harm islanders. And if potential harms are found, I ask the council to deliberate on the trade-offs between those harms and the ones that could be created by a change such as big as the ones proposed by Amendment 8. As far as I'm aware, the applicants have not cited an urgent need to pass this amendment right now. And in fact, to the contrary, the applicants, planning commissioners, and the city has said something to the effect of, we're not breaking ground on this tomorrow. This development is years away. Of course, I might be mistaken on this, but I believe one of the reasons that the applicants have not moved forward too quickly is because they do not yet have a formal agreement on the development of this property. If someone suggested a year delay, would the council agree? If not, could individuals on the council cite specific drawbacks to this delay? Greater island-wide engagement, more time to study mobility and safety issues already troubling this area, finalization of a critical areas assessment, and the time for the applicants to make understandably general but more specific agreements about their plan are benefits that come to mind. Consider the change might have, skipping that, I'm sure leaders are interested in the council's views on the destruction of many single-family homes. When is the time for that discussion? I think now is a good time. The process been seen by neighbors is that the applicants can propose a major change with the words that no one can really disagree with, like master plans, community engagement, and mitigation. And then the next step is everyone collectively says, well, this is just a broad concept. We're agreeing on broad concepts. And then major changes happen, and the neighbors are given the choice between 11-foot tall security fences and 10-foot tall security fences. If I'm incorrect in this, and this will not happen, can the council please deliberate on how they think, or they think that they'll ensure this from happening to the neighbors? Thank you, and as you know, Mercer Island has extraordinarily high expectations of our city leaders, and we're lucky to have such talented people to serve in our community who will take on these difficult questions and respond to them thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. I'm Reen Stratton. I'm the chair for the Mercer Island Arts Council. I live at 7965 Southeast 67th Street. We're excited that the City Council will spend the next few sessions reviewing the proposed comprehensive plan amendments, including Amendment 6, to add the Arts and Culture Plan. Earlier this year, at the request of City staff, the Arts Council began drafting the Arts and Culture Plan. I wanted to take a few moments to share more about that process. We began by reviewing Mercer Island's history of community involvement in the arts, including past feedback the Arts Council has received from the public regarding specific issues and the general state of the arts on Mercer Island. We then reached out to many current arts organizations on the island for input on the current state of the arts in our community. This all shaped our early concepts for the Arts and Culture Plan. In March, we created several opportunities to solicit feedback on our first draft. We shared the draft with the public via the city website and the Arts Council email distribution list. We held a public discussion that drew nearly 50 community members. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft and provided comment. The feedback and suggestions collected during this initial community engagement process helped the Arts Council develop the new arts and culture goals outlined in the amendment up for review. Number 1 being to support the arts on Mercer Island. Number 2, nurture public art on Mercer Island. And number 3, preserve Mercer Island's heritage. Over the past few months, the Arts Council has continued to listen to the community through forums such as the public hearings held by the Planning Commission, as well as an online survey launched on May 21st to solicit feedback about the proposed goals. We have evolved the Arts and Culture Plan based on what we've heard from Islanders. The amendment you will discuss this month reflects our thoughtful attempt to meet the arts and culture needs of Mercer Island, and we hope that you will vote to adopt the Arts and Culture Comprehensive Plan Amendment. We know, though, that our work will not be over when the Arts and Culture Plan is adopted. The Arts Council will continue to work to understand the needs and interests of Islanders, to partner with artists, local organizations, and others to present new and innovative arts and culture programming, and to provide more ways to strengthen and enhance Mercer Island's quality of life through arts, culture, and creativity. Thank you for your time tonight and for your ongoing commitment to preserving and promoting the arts on Mercer Island.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there, my name is Joel Mezzastrano, and I'm a member of Herzl Ner Tamid and the SJCC, where I also serve as a member of the board and treasurer. I'm born and raised on Mercer Island. I moved away and came back here to raise my family. And I'm here to speak in support of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment from SJCC, French American School, and Herzl Ner Tamid. As a local home builder, I have an appreciation for the long-range planning process that we're beginning amongst our respective organizations and with the city. It's no easy process. It's not a fast process. And it's one we're ready to commence with transparency, integrity, and respect for our neighbors and their concerns. I believe the proposed amendment to the city's comprehensive plan is appropriate and well drafted. In particular, Land Use Goal 17.4, which recognizes that social and recreational clubs, schools, and religious institutions are predominantly located in single-family residential areas of the island. Development regulation should reflect the desire to retain valuable and healthy social, recreational, educational, and religious organizations as community assets, which are essential for the mental, physical, and spiritual health of Mercer Island. The long-term viability of community-based organizations and churches are important to the health of a city, and Mercer Island is no different. The existing comprehensive plan does not have a method to let us unify our fragmented zoning and plan for the future. Adding this amendment enables our organizations to plan for the long term and continue to serve individuals and families on the island. I ask the council to please support this amendment, and we thank you for all you do for the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Gabe, I'm sorry, I can't, Gadbury? No? Okay, Karen Jacobson, Cheryl, Eric Thu, and Tristan.
So Deb, who would be first on that list now?
The first one on the list would be Karen Jacobson, please.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Karen Jacobson. I grew up on Mercer Island, and now, along with my husband, Scott, I'm proud to be raising my family here. I'm a lifelong member of the Strom Jewish Community Center. I went to the J for preschool, camp, and youth group. I just completed a 10-year run with my 3 boys at their early childhood school, and now I serve on the board of directors. The SJCC is certainly my home away from home, but not only that, it is an asset to our entire community. I'm here tonight to support Amendment 8 to the proposed Mercer Island Comprehensive Plan. I agree with others here tonight that the new zoning designation should be added to the city zoning code. I believe that Mercer Island's existing and future residents will greatly benefit from this designation, as it will allow for wiser, more comprehensive design and development, helping the Strom Jewish Community Center engage the community in its redesign and prioritize direct concerns from the community and neighbors related to safety, traffic management, parking, lighting, scale, and landscape design. The SJCC is a long-standing community asset on Mercer Island. I respectfully ask for you to please approve this amendment so the dream of a new facility can become a reality for the SJCC and others on the island who will also benefit from the ability to engage in master planning. Please move this amendment forward and help our organizations continue to serve Mercer Island for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Cheryl D'Ambrosio. I'm 3712 East Mercer Way. My husband moved here 40 years ago. I moved here 25 years ago. First I want to start off by apologizing to Mayor Debbie Bertlin and Julie Underwood, City Manager, for standing you up. You came to my house in response to my letter, and I wasn't there. Sadly, we had a death in the family, and I think you know the details. So I hope you come back. Benson, you're due to come to my house tomorrow night, and I'm looking forward to meeting with you and showing you what my concern is regarding not just Amendment 8, but the location in front of my house, and also right across the street and next to my house is probably the most unsafe place I've ever had to navigate every day when I leave my area and I come back. Almost every week I get hit, or I see someone else almost get hit. I see children running across not the sidewalk but a side street that people on our little side street can't see when we're driving out because of the bushes and the trees. That's why I've invited everyone here to come over to my house. I'll get you an espresso, whatever it takes, to show you the safety issues. And I don't want somebody killed in my front yard. And I don't know whose responsibility it is. I've been sending letters, talking to people, and I've been very upset about this for a long time. So thanks for listening to me. Please come over to my house and I'll show you what I mean. It's just got to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Thuot, and I live at 18945 Northeast 20th Court in Redmond. I am the head of the French-American School of Puget Sound since 2010. I am also the parent of 2 FASM alumni. As a dual citizen of the United States and France, I have managed bilingual schools in Cape Verde Islands, Turkey, and the United States for more than 20 years. I deeply understand the importance of challenging students to excel and thrive in international cultures. At the French of American School of Puget Sound, our vision is to inspire the next generation of global citizens to learn, understand, and act wisely in a multicultural world, with a focus on excellence, integrity, cultural agility, and community. Currently, more than 20% of our students and about 25% of our employees come from the island. Since 1999, when we settled on Mercer Island, hundreds of students from the island benefited from our unique bilingual program, which opened to them a world of possibilities. Our motto is excellence today, the world tomorrow. And that's not only words, but reality. If you look at this map that I'm going to show to you, so you'll see that we are here, one reddish yellow dot among 492 others, and part of a broad worldwide network of sister schools in 137 countries that our students can benefit from. The proposed comprehensive plan amendment and new zoning designation for the SJCC, the French American School of Puget Sound, and the Herzl Near Tamil Conservative Congregation will offer the chance for our organization to reimagine and optimize our facilities in a way that will benefit the island residents and communities we all serve. We also look forward to continuing a dialogue with our neighbors and are very mindful of our shared concerns about traffic, pedestrian safety, parking, and more. Our goal is to continue working with everyone involved as our plans evolve and hopefully advancing a plan that can meet everyone's needs. I ask you to please support Amendment 8 of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Thank you so much for your time and your collaboration.
Thank you. Next and welcome.
I am Tristan Van De, and I've been living on the island for a long time now. I live at 3822 East Mercer Way, and I am a French American School Puget Sound alumni, and I have a little brother currently attending it. I'm here tonight to support the proposed comprehensive plan amendment and new zoning for the SJCC, FASP, and Herzl Near Tamil. The city's planning process for this amendments and rezone will provide the thoughtful and inclusiveness opportunities for us as neighbors and island residents, help shape this process, and also ensure these organizations have opportunities to evolve their respective campuses. It's also wise to let them proactively plan over a long time horizon how best to update their aging facilities and plan for the future. By supporting their investment in the facilities, we will better serve our community for now and years to come. I believe this plan is a great idea. I have personally a lot of great memories from FASPs, and so do all of my friends that I still talk to. I still visit the school pretty often, and I really hope that FASP can keep on living and existing within the island for other people to be able to enjoy such a tightly knit community that I was able to live in, with all of its helpful teachers and faces that you've known all your life since first grade. So I ask the City Council to please support this amendment, and thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Ben, Liz, Daniel, Mark, and Laura.
And first
so
up would
Ben
be
would be the first person to the podium, please.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ben Orion, and I live at 7225 Southeast 36th Street on Mercer Island. I'm also the lower school head at the French American School of Puget Sound. I'm a parent alumni, and both my daughters attend Mercer Island High School. And so when we moved 8 years ago in the Seattle area, my family decided to move to Mercer Island because of the quality of the island and as well the proximity with the French American School. Since we moved, we got involved in supporting Mercer Island organization, the schools, library, other organization, Mercer Island Youth, and hopefully the island is changing. But I always keep in mind why we moved in the first place to Mercer Island. So I believe the school brings a unique set of features that makes Mercer Island more desirable. As a dual citizen, I know firsthand the importance of intentional education and what it can bring to the community, understanding of different culture, how to reach out, connect, and engage to diverse people, open mind and creativity. I think everybody will agree with this good skills to living together as a community. Many of my colleagues and parents live on the island, and we are all attentive to traffic, safety, parking, other concerns that was mentioned before me. I believe the proposed comprehensive plan and new zoning designation will offer the opportunity for the organizations to rethink our facilities in a thoughtful way with the input of the community. I'm convinced that we can all work together as neighbors, community, to find ways that meets everybody's needs, and as well as serving Mercer Island residents and communities. So I ask you to please support the comprehensive plan amendment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Liz Friedman, and I've been an island resident since 2004, currently residing at 2035 80th Avenue Southeast. I'm the SJCC board chair and was fortunate to have my kids go through the J and to still have a lot of activity at the J outside my board work. I'm here to speak in support of the comprehensive plan amendment. So Herzl and the French American School and the J are beginning a long-range planning process that will help our respective organizations update our aging facilities and plan for the future. Two of our facilities are roughly 50 years old, the J and Herzl, and the buildings carry significant maintenance and operations costs for our nonprofit organizations. Our long-term goal is to invest in our facilities so as to better serve the needs of our respective members while working collaboratively with our Mercer Island neighbors. The proposed comprehensive plan amendment for our properties would take our current fragmented zoning, which is a mix of single-family residential, business, and commercial office zones, and unify it in a way that lets us successfully plan for the long term. And the new designation allows our organizations to plan mission-appropriate updates and maintenance to facilities in a collaborative and responsible way within the neighborhood. In coming into this process, it reminded me of my own remodeling experience with my first home on Mercer Island. And reminded me of the expense that my husband and I incurred to work with an architect to build a plan to what we thought we were working with in terms of what our property could support. And imagine our surprise and dismay when the fabulous plans that we created and had fallen in love with actually didn't work because we hadn't really understood what our property could support. So similar in this case, we want to understand what can we do, how can we think of our land before we go and create designs that our community will fall in love with and then find that we can actually accomplish. So looking to take that broader view, to take a very planful view, to do so in collaboration with our neighbors. In fact, to have 3 organizations on the island collaborating to think together is, I think, actually a hallmark in terms of how we can do responsible community-based planning going forward. So with all that, I ask the council to please support this amendment, and thank you all for your time and commitment to the community.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Thompson. I reside at 7265 North Mercer Way, and I have been a citizen of Mercer Island since 1970. It's somewhat difficult to address 15 comprehensive plan amendments in 3 minutes. I submitted extensive written comments. I don't know if anyone's read them or if you've had a chance to read the entire agenda packet. The comprehensive plan amendments are divided between the town center and residential neighborhoods. Beginning with the town center, I thought the Planning Commission did a good job on those amendments, rejected both. Amendment 13 gave the council discretion to upzone town center building height on an expedited basis for basically any reason. And Amendment 6, the art amendment, its original proposal was really to apply the 1% art tax to transportation projects and upzone building height for affordable artist housing and art spaces. And I was glad that the Planning Commission rejected those bases. The funny thing about those is you always have the ability to upzone any town center property. You just have to go through the rezone process for a site-specific project and make sure that it's not a spot zone. I never understood these amendments, why you would go through and put those to the Planning Commission and really expend a great deal of resources when you always had that authority. Turning now to the residential amendments, the one issue that is inconsistent through all of them is that none of the proposed amendments has the required concurrent development regulations for implementation. This was quite a legal dispute below. My position is they are required, and I think that is justified by the basis that as soon as I raised that, the DSG came immediately up to the council and asked you to amend our development code to allow comprehensive plan amendments without the development regulations. But that's based on state code. I mean, these amendments are going to go to the Growth Management Hearings Board, and those are going to be necessary. And they are necessary for a reason, because when we look at these, take the JCC one, for example, there's not even an architectural rendering. You're creating an entire new zone in all of our residential neighborhoods. You have no idea, as we're sitting here, what that proposed development will look like. You don't know the development regulations, you don't know the height limits, you don't know density, you don't know parking, you don't know anything. You cannot adopt a comprehensive plan amendment without knowing those. When it gets to the other comprehensive plan amendments, what happens with these is people adopt vulnerable classes like disability, elderly, and things like that, and they want to come forward and attack the three holy grails of the residential neighborhoods. That is house to lot ratio, which we addressed in the residential code rewrite. The next one is minimum lot size, and the other one is the use in our residential neighborhoods, multifamily, affordable housing, commercial. That's what these amendments are really driving at. They are not about creating affordable housing or helping the disabled. What disabled person wants to live in a remote residential neighborhood with no intra-island transit and no commuter parking? I think that you need to send these back and ask for concurrent development regulations so you know what these amendments are really seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mark Cohen, 3220 73rd Avenue Southeast. This is going to be short. I'll give you guys a break. I strongly object to the following proposed comprehensive plan amendments. Number 1, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15. These are inconsistent with the law, injurious to my property, and prejudicial towards me. I was a member of the Herzl-Ner-Tamid and the J for many years, and certainly reaped the benefits of both. I'm not here to refute the merits of either, nor the French-American School. However, as a governmental body, you are charged with representing the citizen population as a whole. And inclusive of that is protection of neighborhoods. We have a very poor track record of neighborhood protection in this city. It has led to a lot of resentment among citizens. Please demonstrate that you have loyalty to our neighborhoods by crafting these amendments conscientious of the impact of your decisions and how they have on each individual family and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Bertland, Deputy Mayor Neese. My name is Laura Musso. I'm at 16964 Northeast 37th Place, Bellevue. I am the board chair at the French American School and the parent of 3 alumni students there. Mercer Island has been the home of French American School of Puget Sound since 1999, and we feel a profound sense of community and connection with our neighbors and partners on the island. Some of our families, staff, and faculty even moved to Mercer Island because of the school. More than 20% of our current students live on Mercer Island, and over the years we have served roughly 1,300 students who have lived or do live currently on Mercer Island. Our families contribute to the Mercer Island economy in a number of ways, such as purchasing gas and groceries, frequenting restaurants and coffee shops, buying health and tutorial services, making donations to the library and thrift shops, and attending art performances. We support other local nonprofits like Mercer Island Boys and Girls Club and the Youth and Family Services by attending and donating to their fundraising events. Our students are also very community-minded, often visiting Mercer Island's senior living facilities and helping remove invasive weeds from island green spaces. We like to think that, pursuant to our vision, we are helping to shape the next generation of world citizens who will have a positive impact on the world as they learn collaborative approaches to problem solving and gain a global perspective right here on Mercer Island. As we look to the future, we would like to plan in a collaborative, predictable, and consistent way that fosters a positive relationship with our neighbors. While we do not have immediate growth plans, we will continue adding to our school in responsible and deliberate ways. The Comprehensive Plan Amendment 8 and subsequent zoning regulations will be a benefit to Mercer Island institutions and neighbors alike by changing the way we plan facilities updates from a piecemeal approach to a collaborative and clearly defined approach. It will offer a single set of clear and reliable rules for development, which is a benefit to the institutions because it provides some certainty as we plan for the future. It will also create a format and process to dialogue with our neighbors with whom we look forward to maintaining and growing a strong, positive, and lasting relationship. I encourage you to support Comprehensive Plan Amendment 8. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the sign-up list that we had. Is there anybody else? Great. If there's anybody else, if you'd like to go ahead and line up, that would be much appreciated.
Good evening.
Hold on just a second. Deb, can you go ahead and start? Sorry. I'll give you the full 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amy Lavin, and I have a cold, so I also ask you to bear with me. I've lived on Mercer Island for 33 years and have the pleasure of serving as the SJCC's CEO today. I'm here to speak in support of Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 8 and ask for your support. I have a long, rich connection with Mercer Island and the organizations involved in this discussion. I went to preschool at the J. My kids went to preschool at the J. We all learned to swim at the J. I attended summer camp there. My kids and I continue to be very involved there. And in my 20s, my husband and I played in the softball league, along with hundreds of young adults from around the community. I have served on the board of the JCC 2 times and am now, as I mentioned, the CEO. In these leadership roles, I have had the great opportunity to get to know the French American School of Puget Sound as a partner and a strong community collaborator and contributor. I also wanted to mention that our co-contributors this evening, Herzl-Ner-Tamid, they're unable to be here tonight because it is a religious holiday, and so as a result, they are not participating in actual work-related activities. So please know that they are here with us in spirit. Clearly, I have deep connections to these organizations, and I want to share some stories about the broader connections to these organizations, specifically at the Strom Jewish Community Center. We serve about 180 preschool kids a year, most whom live on Mercer Island. We have programs for young families, kids of all ages, and seniors. This year, we launched a free fitness program for people living with Parkinson's disease, and every school day, students from Yellowwood Academy do their PE at the J and engage with other elements of the J to help in their development. We run more than 40 cultural events annually, and if you sat in our lobby, you'd hear a variety of languages spoken in any given hour. We are a diverse place, and we welcome everyone. We work to be financially accessible to people and family of all shapes and sizes. As mentioned earlier, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment enables us to grow with the clarity, strength, and opportunity to collaborate with our partners and our neighbors as we believe is wise. And we've already started that process. Over the last 4 months, we've held various community listening sessions. Consistently, we hear from a group of neighbors who continue to voice their concerns that we share. Concerns related to transportation, pedestrian safety, traffic, noise, lighting, all things that we are committed to addressing in the future. And as was stated earlier, at the point in the process at which time it makes sense. As I believe Liz mentioned, as you remodel, you need to think about what's possible before you move forward, which is why at this point in the process, we are very interested and concerned about listening to our community and our partners and our neighbors, which we've done. We thank the City Council for giving us this opportunity to apply for this Comprehensive Plan Amendment. We ask for your support and look forward to participating with our neighbors in the design of this future facility, if in fact we can do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm John Hall. I've lived in the neighborhood 60 years, and none of the promises over the years have ever been kept by the applicants. If you look at the public record that the DSG didn't share with you, that is all of public record, it'll show that, and I would urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ira Appleman, 9039 East Shorewood. I've lived on the island for only 55 years, so not as much as John. My first comment is that I'm against intensifying the zoning, a new intensified zone. I like the J. I learned to swim at the J when it was still in Seattle. I like the French American School. I like Herzl. My parents, grandparents, and other relatives are buried in their cemetery. I think they're all great organizations. This isn't about planning. This is about intensifying activity, and it's a danger to the island to have a new zone like this that can happen all over the island. Intensifying activity all over the island, which of course I'm against, because the island's character is that it's not as intense as Seattle and Bellevue, and I think that's our attraction. Number two, no one moved onto the island for vibrancy, and I'm against attempts at vibrancy. I am for, as you know, exploring MICA on the Tully's property. But I think that the comprehensive plan on art, the amendment, the island, it just becomes out of control, where suddenly we're going to be a center of arts. And I think MICA already is beginning to coordinate arts on the island, and I'm fine for that. But I don't want this to be an invitation to vibrancy. Number three, I favor domestic tranquility, but and this is the problem in what was said today. We're going to end domestic violence throughout the world, and I think that is the thing that happens on the island, that we begin with a problem that is manageable, and then suddenly it becomes a huge deal. And I would rather see the city have good programs, and which I haven't heard described since I'm at all these meetings. I haven't heard described here. I'd rather, instead of ending domestic violence all over the world, I think we should be doing better on the island this year than last year. And if the city could manage that, I think that would be a great accomplishment. Number four, I noticed that a huge amount of money, 15 comprehensive plan amendments, that's huge. That's never happened in my 22 years of coming to these meetings. The city spends huge amounts of money on this and other things, and it just is a surprise to hear from the city that they're going broke and they're going to have to get rid of a police officer, where at the same time they've hired an arts coordinator. So I think that the city is not as hurting for money, and I've noticed that the council is spending a lot of money in 15 comprehensive plan amendments. It's just, we've never spent that much money on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, public appearances are closed. The next item on business is the consent calendar, which contains payables, payroll, and the minutes for July 17th, 2018 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, consent calendar is approved. Great. We now move on to the first item of regular business, and that is AB 5482, which is the code amendment regarding transportation concurrency. It's our second reading. So for that, we welcome Interim Director of Development Services, Evan Maxim.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We had our study session on the transportation concurrency ordinance a few moments ago at this point. There is a recommended motion in your packet. I'm certainly happy to answer any remaining questions related to the draft regulation if there are any after our study session. We did discuss with the leadership team a proposed amendment related to the item that Councilmember Wong had raised earlier. I suggested some language for his consideration as perhaps a follow-on motion to getting the ordinance on the table tonight. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I do not have a further presentation unless you need one.
Okay, so for those of you who just joined us, we did have a study session on this preceding regular business. And during that study session, we did have a presentation. We also did go through some questions and proposed amendments that Councilmember Wong had provided, as well as a number of clarifying questions from other council members. So we did get a little bit of a jump start in that sense. So council, question, do you have any further questions for Evan of a general nature? And if there are none, then we would probably go back and reiterate any open points that we had from Councilmember Wong. So any general questions, feedback to Evan? Nope. Okay, then I'm going to take it as comfortable, appropriate that we move to Councilmember Wong and his list.
Should I go ahead and make a motion as amended? As
You can
follows?
do so.
Excuse
Or
me.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Then why don't you go ahead and go for it?
Yeah.
If I may suggest,
Or do you want to provide, my question is, which would be better to have the wording coming from?
I would suggest a motion to get the ordinance on the
Okay.
table.
The main
and then-
motion.
Yeah, and then get the amendments follow.
In that case, I move to adopt ordinance number 18C-12, establishing a new chapter 19.20 and amending chapters 19.15 and 19.16 of the Mercer Island City Code to provide for a transportation concurrency management system as required by the Growth Management Act.
Is there a second? Second. Isn't first and seconded?
Can I speak to that? I make my, okay. I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion, and perhaps without going through each one of these items, I handed out earlier, or should I go ahead and read each one of them? I'm looking for,
City Attorney,
City
would it be
Attorney.
helpful for Councilmember Wong to go through each of the 7 items again?
Mayor Bertlin, I believe that the council's intent during study session was to be more efficient, and so you did, as a council, cover that in the study session. So if you just want to refer to that, we have a record.
great, thank you. So again, I'd like to amend the motion. Again, folks, you have a list of 7 items that I had raised earlier, and so I'd like to amend the motion with those first 6 items listed. And then with respect to the issue of section 19.20.080 paren B regarding the proviso, the suggested change would read as follows. I'm sorry, I should have had it there out earlier. It would read, or I propose that it be amended to read, the city should update the existing levels of service at concurrency intersections at least every 5 years, period.
So that's the proposed
That's the
amendment.
proposed amendment. Yeah.
Council, is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Wong?
Again, thank you. Again, during the study session, we did talk about this ordinance at some length. And again, I have to restate that I appreciate the efforts that staff and the appellant went through in terms of crafting what I find to be a more readable ordinance.
Because there was some discussion about the duration, I think and we did ask for the staff leadership to huddle between the study session and now. I think it would be helpful to understand from staff what the comfort level is with that suggested amendment relative to some of the other options that were discussed.
I believe staff is comfortable with the suggested amendment as phrased. The intent here is to maintain our level of service modeling, and I think that amendment accomplishes that goal.
Great. Council, any further discussion on the amendment?
just want to, I mean, the city managers had thrown out the idea, there was no deep thought, obviously, but an 8-year cycle ties together with the, it's a comprehensive plan update cycle. So I'm just curious why you ultimately rejected that as a plan. You know, Councilmember Neese had suggested there might be a shorter timeline that made sense with respect to impact fees and the lifespan of those monies. And so I'm just trying to understand what the landscape was here before going down this path.
And Councilmember Bassett, that is a fair question. When the staff convened and to discuss this, it was articulated that we do comp plan amendments fairly regularly. You docket that annually, so it became it could be construed that we'd have to update it every year. So we thought let's put a figure on it as opposed to saying in accordance with the comp plan update, because it's technically updated almost annually.
Through the comp plan amendment process?
Yes.
So the word then that changed also was the city shall. It changed to the city should. Does anybody want to clarify that piece of it?
So I think the change was intentional, and it was intended to reflect something along the lines of the proviso that was initially removed, which is that in some circumstances you might imagine a jurisdiction, a city like Mercer Island, not having a lot of development occur, such that an update to the level of service modeling at each intersection would be appropriate, necessary, a good expenditure of funds. Would represent an advisory statement, and it would allow for a bit more conscious thought or a thoughtful determination if it was appropriate to do it sooner or less often than the 5-year timeline.
Okay. Council, any further questions? All right, we're going to vote on the amendment first. So all in favor of the amendment proposed by Councilmember Wong? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, the amendment passes. So now we move to the main motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, amended motion passes, and we are done with AB 5482. I have to, I'm a little bit stunned that went as efficiently as it did. So, all right. So the next item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5483, the 2018 Comprehensive Plan Amendments and accompanying zone amendments, first reading. For that, welcome Evan Maxim.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. So of course we do have, as you've certainly seen in your packet in the public comment tonight, a body of 15 comprehensive plan amendments that the Planning Commission has issued a recommendation to you on for 2018. What I thought we would do for this evening is essentially provide an overview of the Planning Commission process, review the amendments, and I'm intentionally going to focus on a high-level review. I'm happy to dig into each individual amendment as needed by the council, but rather than go through the level of detail that we went through with the Planning Commission, I thought I'd start high and then follow the council's lead, and then describe essentially an overview of our next steps as we're looking forward towards the end of the year and into early next year. Would like to acknowledge for the council's benefit and for the public benefit that we do have the Planning Commission leadership in the room tonight. So that would be, of course, Vice Chair Tiffin Goodman and Chair Dan Hubble. And I note that we have at least one other commissioner in the room, Commissioner Ted Weinberg, here to hear what happens. So, as a quick overview of the public process, and this is in your packet, I just thought I'd reprise it here. We did have 14 public meetings before the Planning Commission, which included 2 public hearings. The public hearing started on August 29th. We continued it to September 5th. At the close of the public hearing, the Planning Commission did deliberate. It was a very late evening because we have 15 amendments that were on the table. We finished at about 1 a.m. At those public hearings, we had close to 60 verbal comments from different members of the public, had hundreds of pages of public comment, which the Planning Commission reviewed throughout the process. We also rolled out our Let's Talk public forum in August. I don't know if you're familiar with the website yet. If you're not, I would encourage you to visit it. It's a very neat public forum in the sense that it allows for both a sharing of information on the part of the city. It allows for public comment on the specific amendments. We sent a weekly digest of the public comment to the Planning Commission throughout the review process after the website was initiated. I believe that digest is now being shared with the City Council. That Let's Talk website also has a Q&A section and a timeline section. We're planning on using this particular forum on a number of our initiatives as we move forward, the critical areas ordinance update and the discussion around Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 8 in particular. I'll call to your attention. We did send out a community mailer. Actually, one of the people that spoke during the public appearances went through that public process fairly thoroughly before the Arts Council. They had their community meeting. We had a community mailer. A significant amount of attendance at that meeting, which generated the Arts Council recommended Arts and Culture Plan, I've got it backwards there on the screen, which was the basis for amendment number 6 that the Planning Commission then reviewed. And then, of course, as we always do, we do essentially a standard level of notice on pretty much any conversation we're having at this point. This is above and beyond what the state would mandate, but it is standard at this point for Mercer Island. That would include our MI Weekly articles in our newsletter, notice in the paper, social media outreach, things of that nature. Planning Commission recommendation on September 5th, we had a unanimous recommendation to approve 12 of the proposed comprehensive plan amendments. The exception there was comprehensive plan amendment number 8 and comprehensive plan amendment number 1. I believe the dissenting vote, if you will, was related to a single item or a single policy aspect of those 2 amendments, and I'll flesh this out as we get into the details a little later. We had a unanimous no action recommendation on amendment number 13, which was the amendment to consider adding an additional story or allowing an additional story of height in the town center in return for public amenities. So amendment number 13, as recommended at the moment, is not moving forward.
Can you help me with my math real quickly? Because I see 15 proposed amendments. If I add up what's on there, I believe you have 12 plus 1 plus 1. That means we're missing one somewhere. If there's 15
No,
amendments.
I've actually double counted, if I may, Mayor. My 12. No,
1 for 2 amendments.
Yeah, 6-1 for 2 amendments, unanimous for 12, so that's 14, and 1 no, which was 15.
Got it. Okay, I missed the 2 amendments. Okay.
I apologize.
Thank you. My math was the one that was faulty. Thanks.
It was a good question, because my math is
A lot
often
of people got
faulty.
very quiet, but it was my math problem.
I've lost an amendment. That's a terrifying thought. So, Council, I think for simplicity this evening, I'm going to try and break the 15 amendments into essentially 3 groups. As we move from group 1 to group 3, the level of detail I'm going to share, even in these kind of high-level comments, will diminish. Group 1 includes those amendments that either represent significant policy updates or amendments and represent areas where we've seen more public comment than not. Group number 2, and I have the 4 amendments that fall into that category of group 1 on the screen here. As we're going along, I am hoping that the City Council will identify necessary amendments to each item as we go through, so we can present this to you on either October 16th or November 20th. The 4 amendments in group 1 would be the transportation element. This is the counterpart to the concurrency ordinance you just finished. The Amendment 8, as it's been referred to tonight, or the Community Facilities Amendment, which was promoted by the SJCC, French American School, and Herzl Nerd to Mead. The Arts and Culture Amendment, or Amendment number 6. And then the Tully's Parcel 12 redesignation and rezone. I'll remind you, this is both a comprehensive plan amendment and code amendment. Group 2 would consist, again, of 4 amendments. These represent a somewhat significant policy shift or somewhat significant policy amendment, but did not garner the same level of public interest through our review process. Those items in Group 2 consist of the critical areas update, Amendment number 7, the universal design discussion, disability access, visitability access, I think it's been referred to tonight, which is Amendment 10, a discussion around the STAR analysis framework, which is Amendment number 12, and the discussion around a pilot program initially characterized as a PUD program, which is Amendment number 14. And again, I'm hoping as we walk through these items, if there are specific amendments by the council, you may help me identify those tonight so I can prepare materials for you for the 16th through 20th. The third group of amendments represent what I would tend to characterize as good housekeeping type amendments or relatively low level policy shifts or changes. And this is where we have the bulk of our discussion, the bulk of our amendments rather. The land use map clarification, this is amendment number 1. The cross-reference to the annually updated CIP, which is amendment number 2. A policy support for private conservation, or PBRS. PBRS is an acronym for the Public Benefit Rating System, which is a tax reduction system. That is amendment number 4. The MPDES policy support, which is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System policy language. This is a follow-on to your recent adoption of the Ecology Stormwater Manual. Amendment number 9, which is related to disaster preparedness and planning and frankly, recovery. And then amendment number 11, which is related to promoting green building in residential development. This block I anticipate spending the least amount of time on, though again, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions the council may have. With that, I'm going to try and be a little bit efficient with our time and turn the presentation over to KPG. Michael Lapam is our representative from KPG Consulting to speak to the update on the transportation element.
Welcome.
So I have this up, and then in the background I have the draft. That's the clean and the marked up. Let me get out of your way here. Sorry.
Thanks for having me here tonight to discuss the findings and
If you could speak into the speaker, just much appreciated.
Thanks for having me here tonight to discuss the findings and recommendations from the transportation element update. For the schedule for the project, we previously met in May and June with the Planning Commission to get their thoughts on the update. And then August 29th and September 5th were public hearings for the project. And then tonight we're discussing the review of the transportation element update. And looking ahead, on October 16th, we'll have the second reading of the comprehensive plan amendments. And then on November 20th, anticipated adoption of the comprehensive plan amendments. These are the tasks we performed on the transportation element update. We conducted new traffic counts after the after the closure of the I-90 Center roadway. We also looked at calculating 2035 traffic volumes using the city's 20-year land use projections for population and employment. And then we updated the transportation project list. And lastly, these first 3 bullets form the changes to the text and graphics and data in the document itself. A high-level description on what level of service is. It's a standard methodology for evaluating the performance of roadways and intersections. The transportation element update focuses primarily on intersections, and it uses a grading scale from A to F, with level of service A indicating minor levels of congestion and level of service F representing very congested conditions. How do we calculate intersection level service? It's done using traffic modeling software to analyze intersection operations. The primary inputs into the model are vehicle volumes, the street network, and intersection controls, such as stop signs or signal timing data. The table you see here shows the criteria for intersection level service. The first column shows the level service grades A through F. The second column is for signalized intersections and the average delay per vehicle represented seconds. And the last column on the right is unsignalized average delay per vehicle. And for the island in the town center, adopted level of service standard is C. So what that would mean is in the town center, the delay or average delay per vehicle traveling through an intersection could be up to 35 seconds. For a non-signalized intersection, that delay could be up to 25 seconds. For the rest of the island, including the WSDOT controlled intersections, level service standard is D. So that could be up to 55 seconds for a signalized intersection and up to 35 seconds for a non-signalized intersection. The map here shows the changes, major changes in traffic patterns that have occurred since the closure of the I-90 Center roadway. The biggest change in capacity was for the westbound on-ramps. The westbound on-ramp at Island Crest Way to go westbound into Seattle previously was able to be used for all vehicles. That was changed to be just HOV only because that ramp connects to the left side of the roadway on I-90 where the HOV lane is. Also, it's shown in red there is the other major capacity change, and that is the 77th Avenue reversible ramps that used to connect to the I-90 Center roadway. Again, this was also a westbound on-ramp in the morning, and it switched in the afternoon to be an eastbound off-ramp. So with the two closures we had, the biggest impacts are in the morning. The island is primarily a residential community, and that produces a lot of trips in the morning. So these trips used to get on, many of them came down Island Crest Way, got on the westbound on-ramp there. They're now continuing on Island Crest Way to the intersection with North Mercer Way, taking a left there, and many of them are continuing down North Mercer and using the on-ramp at 76th Avenue. We're also shown an increase in volumes in West Mercer Way as a few hundred cars have shifted over from Island Crest Way to West Mercer Way just to do the travel times are a little bit quicker now that traveling the extra distance on the local streets, primarily North Mercer Way, has increased the travel time going into Seattle in the morning. Prior to the closure of Center Roadway, Sound Transit and WSDOT constructed 4 improvements in the town center along North Mercer Way. The first one was to add a northbound to eastbound protected left turn phase or green arrow at the Island Crest Way, North Mercer Way intersection to kind of help facilitate ease of vehicles to make that movement. They also added 2 new traffic signals at North Mercer Way at 77th Avenue and at 76th Avenue. The 76th Avenue intersection is also, the west leg of that intersection is the westbound on-ramp to I-90, and they also widened that ramp to have a second travel lane there. The map here shows the existing intersection level service on the island. Each of the dots shows one of the intersections, and the left side of the circle, it represents the AM peak hour of traffic during the morning commute, and the right side of the circle shows the PM peak hour during the afternoon commute. We have a full set of data for the afternoon commute when traffic volumes in the island are typically the highest, and for the AM peak hour, we just have select key intersections that we conducted counts, so we don't have quite a full set during the AM. Again, the level service standards, town center's level service C, and outside the town center and at WSDOT intersections, it's level service D. What our analysis found is that all the intersections on the island are meeting the level service standards, except for the Island Crest Way 53rd Place intersection. This intersection is operating at level service F. I do want to clarify that for a two-way stop-controlled intersection, the level service is calculated for the worst stop-controlled movement. So the delay, basically most of the cars in the main street, in this case Island Crest Way, experience almost no delay. And so the level service F is being experienced by a very small number of vehicles. There's about 10 cars during the morning and afternoon peak hours that turn left there, and it's very challenging for that small number of cars to try to find a gap in both directions of traffic. So a typical improvement at this intersection would likely be a signal. But like I said, the volumes on the side street are too low to justify or warrant a signal. So what we had in the transportation element last time and what we're carrying forward this time is to state that that intersection is not included in the level of service standards until such time that the volumes increase. We could look at adding a signal at that location. We looked next at 2035 intersection level service without improvements. Again, we use calculated traffic volumes based on the 20-year land use projections for the city. The 2035 analysis includes the future light rail station, and we did not include any of the planned projects that the city has. So the previous map showed only one intersection not meeting the level of service standards. Without improvements, we show that number increasing to 5. We still have the Island Crestway 53rd intersection there in the middle. To the south, the Island Crestway 68th Street intersection is expected to worsen to level service E without improvements during the morning peak hour. And then up at the north end of Island Crestway, the Island Crestway North Mercer Way intersection is also expected to worsen to level service E during the morning peak hour. And then we also show 2 intersections in the town center on 80th Avenue at 77th Street and 78th Street that would both no longer meet the level of service standard without improvements. We developed a recommended project list, includes all the transportation projects from the city's 6-year TIP. We also included vehicle capacity projects to maintain the city's level of service standard. These are at the 5 locations we just discussed. And we also include assortment of multimodal projects that were from the previous transportation element, from the city's pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan, and through coordination with city staff. We removed 6 projects from the previous transportation list. The majority of these were built since the last transportation update. The first one you see there is a biennial Safe Routes to School project. The TIP no longer classifies a broad catch-all Safe Routes to School. Now the projects are being brought forward individually. And then we added 9 new projects to the list. You can see them all here. I won't read through them. Primarily non-motorized, and we have a few capacity projects as well. And then we have a light rail access improvement project and mitigation for the 990 Center roadway project there at the end. This has a kind of a catchment of several smaller sets of improvements that the city is working on identifying and moving forward here shortly. And pretty recently, we received a request to look at the potential for rumble strips on East and West Mercer Way and how that might help delineate vehicles in the travel lane from the shoulder that's being used by pedestrians and bicyclists out there. We do have bus stops along East and West Mercer Way. So as we looked at that, there's definitely some challenges and issues with the rumble strips in the standard format. The primarily rumble strips are intended for high speed, typically straight freeways or highways. And this is a popular bicycle route. A lot of recreational bicyclists come to Mercer Island or live on the island and use the route. And rumble strips have been shown to be a safety issue for bicyclists for 2 parts. One of them, they can be hard to see sometimes, and bicyclists can basically crash on occasion. And it also is a little bit of a deterrent for using the shoulder. The shoulders aren't that wide on Island or East and West Mercer, so we expect it might cause riders to be in the lane more often than they would otherwise. And the shoulders are pretty narrow depending on the location along East and West Mercer Way. A minimum of 4-foot shoulders outside the rumble strip is typically recommended in design guidelines where bicycles are present out there. And another consideration would be one of the ways rumble strips work is create noise, and so that would be potentially an issue to consider for the homes adjacent to the corridor. So looking at this project, some other potential alternative treatments could be some customized rumble strips, maybe select improvements only at key locations, maybe getting some better facilities to get to the bus stops or nearby schools. I think there's definitely some more outreach that could be done around the project, maybe reaching out to the school district, some neighbors, or even bicycle organizations for what improvements might best match the corridor. It is a very unique corridor, very windy, a lot of grade issues that make widening it very expensive and challenging. Just as a case example, the city of Ashe Island, in some ways, is a good comparison. In other ways, it's not. They have a very popular bike route north-south through the island, and they wanted to do the same thing. And they basically constructed standard rumble strips, which you see on the left-hand side, the before treatment. And they had a pretty strong community outreach against the project, and they literally filled in and redid the roadway without them again at quite an expense. So now, just this summer, they went and did an alternative treatment, which you see on the right, which is much narrower rumble strips, kind of more of a vertical pattern. They're a little more friendly for the bicyclists, and it also frees up more of the shoulder. This isn't meant that this would be treatment we recommend for East West Mercer, but more as a maybe more creative or customized treatment that might need to be done out there. I also want to mention, too, that they have wider shoulders. I don't know if you can read the writing there, but their shoulder width is a little over 5 feet, which is most of East and West Mercer Way do not have that kind of shoulder width. And this is something that could potentially be studied next year or the year after, what the best treatments might be out there.
Bruce?
So over the last few years, we've been actively getting rid of what I call turtles along East and West Mercer because of long-term concerns by cyclists about the hazards that those caused. This, I guess I'm curious what the origin of this was, because this feels like amnesia somehow has kicked in already around it, because they're different, but it's the same set of issues that go along with it, and it would be, to my mind, a shame to even spend really any time sort of backtracking out of something that we've just made a decision and actively acted on over the last few years.
And I think what would help me is the extent to which we really need to dig into this issue tonight, because I think Bruce makes a good point. That was at the beginning, I think, of my council experience. Granted, we also had different traffic patterns, particularly on West Mercer. Do we need to, Evan, I guess I'm looking to you for some guidance. Do we need to get into this conversation in any detail tonight, given the
Yeah, so
workload we
I
have?
wasn't by any means recommending continue moving forward with rumble strips, but more of the idea behind it of how to potentially delineate the shoulder better for the different user types. And it could be different treatments or select locations.
So, Council, maybe by way of a little bit of context here, if you look at page 52 of your agenda, Bill, you'll see the recommended project list. And the Planning Commission, in their deliberations on September 5th, was, as I understood the conversation, concerned about pedestrian traffic safety, pedestrian non-motorized safety on East and Mercer Way. And you'll see that there's an NM-15 somewhat center of the page in the table, which is the rumble strip program, which was added onto this list as part of the Planning Commission recommendation. After that recommendation was made, I reached out to KPG just to get a sense of what, if any, engineering implications this may have. This was the basis for Michael's presentation a moment ago. My recommendation, frankly, would be that we address this as part of a future discussion around pedestrian non-motorized safety on East and West Mercer Way, but that this may not be the right way to approach the concern at this time.
Okay, so when it comes time to actually voting on this particular element, would we need to call out NM-15?
Honestly, Mayor, if you are comfortable with the recommendation from staff, even 4 nods now would let me revise the ordinance for your review on October 16th.
Okay. What I first want to find out is, do you have more that you want to cover, or is this a good place to stop and actually do the thumbs up, thumbs down on the rumble strip?
That's all. I just wanted to talk to it briefly. We haven't looked at it in detail.
Okay. Council, I'm going to encourage us to go ahead and follow staff's recommendation, which is to address this as part of a future discussion. In particular, I think we would want to have some extensive conversation with the cycling community here on the island before we as Bruce said, undid something that we fairly intentionally did a couple of years ago. So I'm going to go with a thumbs up. Thumbs up is keep it in, thumbs down is remove it and hold it for a future conversation.
I'd go further because I just don't want to have staff expending energy on reinventing the wheel here. And so what I'd like to do is kill it dead rather than kill it for future consideration. Unless you can tell me that there's some compelling information that's arisen that makes it such that we should think differently. But there was a whole community conversation around this that occurred and that led to the decision as to what we did. You know, white line, no turtles, and to sort of sign up staff to have to revisit that feels like not a good use of time.
Well, I think when we say revisit it, I think there's a question of magnitude. I think all I'm suggesting is at this point that staff go back and look at the history and understand the conversations, equally the extent to which there may be some new traffic patterns that would cause us to reconsider portions of West and or East Mercer more significantly or broadly. I wouldn't want to just squash that conversation at this point. So perhaps our recommendations are different. Benson.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I stand on this other than that I would probably give a thumbs down to probably kill it right now. But I think we have 3 planning commissioners. I would be interested in knowing what their rationale or what prompted this inclusion, which according to the staff's account seemed to be kind of at the tail end of the process. So unless perhaps they have some other information or other insight.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you. Daniel Hubble, Chair of the Planning Commission. My recollection of this conversation was actually fairly brief. If I recall, it was literally an 11th hour edition when we were doing the, and I'm looking at my fellow commissioners, it was sort of a late edition during our deliberation on this one evening. The concern was around as was just mentioned, the traffic patterns, particularly in West Mercer, have changed. We've seen an increase in traffic, and just looking at making sure that there's good delineation for, I think it was less about pedestrian safety than it was about just the number of vehicles traveling on the roadway. We have narrow, medians on the side of the road. So with respect to the direction that's been taken before, I would concur with that as a cyclist. I hate those little buttons. They're technically dots are the name of them. And I hate them because they've caused many of an accident. There are other ways to solve this problem, however. At some point when it does become relevant, there was certainly enough consensus on the council or on the commission that we felt it was an issue that warranted further discussion, but I leave it to your discretion as to whether that should be now or at a future time.
Well, can I ask the staff a clarifying question, Julie? So would this fall under TIP? Would this fall under bike ped plan? How would this get characterized?
Yes, Mayor Bertland, I think you're right. It would fall under the TIP, or if we were updating our bike ped plan, it would be something that would be reviewed in that plan. So I do think it makes sense to maybe direct staff to really look at that in conjunction with that, but
in conjunction with
the next TIP update, and just as they would typically. And so I'd be happy to direct our staff and Public Works to do that. And then, so that would be, you wouldn't see that again until probably April or May of next year.
Okay. Celine?
I'm going to second what Bruce is saying. It seems to me that the genesis of this is anecdotal observations by maybe the community. And we had a discussion about earlier, we should have a traffic engineer or somebody that's familiar with what's happening on the roadway systems in terms of volume, in terms of interactions, advising us on what we should or shouldn't do to the roads. And I would rather see this naturally percolate through that process than to have its genesis here and then become part of a work plan that didn't exist prior to it. So I would just be happy to kill it, and if it percolates up somewhere else through the course of the system, I'd be okay with it there.
Wendy?
So I don't necessarily want to kill it because I think there's a lot of useful information here, and many of these projects are already in the TIP. So I'd like to move it somewhere we can revisit it when we look at the TIP in April. All of them, not just the ones that have TIP designation at the moment.
Dave, any feedback?
No, I mean, I feel like it is.
Microphone?
Echoing the same thing that everybody else is, it just feels like it's a bit of anecdotal information that we need to maybe shelf for another time.
I mean, Benson, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'm definitely in favor of shelving it now. The question is whether or not it resurrects through the TIP process. You know, I definitely think we need to get input from the bike community. I mean, we're sort of operating in a vacuum, which I don't like.
Yeah.
So we do so often. I know, but nonetheless, if you want to break up the vote as far as I'm not sure if I want to kill it completely forevermore.
Can I say, I think we're all largely saying the same thing, which is we're not ready to include it tonight. I think whether it's 15 minutes or 50 minutes, I don't know. I think that a bit of investigation into the history and some of the concerns, I think as Salim wisely said, with the input from engineers and new traffic data, whether or not staff would recommend this come as part of the TIP or not. If we don't see it in the TIP next spring, I think we're going to all know what the recommendation was.
I just want to clarify. The analogy here for me is that this car got on the freeway on the wrong on-ramp. And I'm saying just because the car is on the freeway, I don't want to consider it there. Take it off. There's a process for these types of things. And if this comes through that process, okay. But to me, this is not the way that the process should start. In the 11th hour on a 15th Amendment comp plan amendment coming into the traffic component. I just think there's another way that this can happen. So when I'm saying kill it, I'm saying this wasn't the way for this car to get onto the freeway.
I think, again, I'd reiterate, I think we're all generally saying the same thing, and one of the ways that the car gets on the freeway is if staff makes a recommendation through the TIP, and the extent to which staff wants to make that recommendation through the TIP, again, after 15, 50, or 150 minutes of discussion is certainly to staff's discretion. And if we don't see it, like I said, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We might remember and ask staff leadership to remind us why not it has appeared before us. But I think right now we're already wading deep into a tertiary issue.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment, is like, just for the flow of tonight, I think we have an opportunity to get rat-holed on a lot of detail things like this. And so if we can, because we've got some monster issues to wrestle, if we can stay at the 10,000 foot level, if possible.
Yeah, I would love to do so as well.
Mayor, so if it's okay, when we bring this back, we'll strike this out and direct staff to obviously look at this in the normal course of any of our traffic engineering solutions out there.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right, good. Super.
Yeah, no, thank you for your thoughts on that. The next map here shows the transportation.
Is the microphone on? I'm just conscious of when people go and try to listen to this as a recording, if it's not up close and personal, it's actually very difficult to hear in the...
I'm a little tall, so I get a little ways away from it. Yes, the map you see here shows the transportation improvement projects. It does not have the one we just discussed. The non-motorized projects are shown in blue, and the vehicle capacity projects are shown in purple there. And this just matches up with the project list in the document as well, so you can kind of see the locations of where the proposed improvements would be on the island.
Benson?
All these projects, you mentioned that, well, maybe I just missed it. A lot of them are coming from the TIP, correct?
Yes.
Are there projects that are not on the TIP right now that are on this list?
Yes.
And where do those projects where do they come from?
I think that's an excellent point. If we could focus on the projects that we haven't seen as part of the TIP.
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, The TIP is a shorter range vision, looking at more immediate needs on the island, 6 years. This project list is looking much more planning horizon of 20 years. So like I said, we do have the transportation projects on the tip. We do have 5 vehicle capacity projects to address those intersections that are projected to no longer meet the level of service standards. And then we have, like I said, some other projects that came from the pedestrian bicycle facilities plan and coordination with city staff. We've talked about some projects that maybe haven't risen up to the tip level, but are things that they think are valuable and we want to move forward with. I don't have the exact list of which ones are new and which ones are not in front of me here tonight, or which ones are not. So which ones are in the tip and which ones are not.
So we were looking at attachment B, page 52. Evan, would that be the list that you would provide as a subset that represent non-TIP projects? Is that the correct way to look at it?
Yeah, so this table does show...
Into the microphone,
Yes.
please.
This table does show the justification in that third or fourth column there, that you can see which ones are from the tip. Let's pop it open on the screen here.
And if they weren't in the tip, is the source of these projects, are they from the staff, or is it, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Who compiled these projects?
My firm worked with city staff, engineering department, to identify projects. And again, we chose what we thought might be some of the highest ranking ones from what's the non-motorized plan that was done back in 2010 as well. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So, Dave?
Just want to, I think we're a little confused.
Yes.
Sorry, that happens to us on occasion. This is just a list of sort of a comprehensive list that you guys have created where there were opportunities given the 2035 traffic load where you saw there were opportunities to improve those intersections to maintain levels of service. It doesn't seem to be in any way a docket of projects to begin to embark on, correct? That was a compound question, sorry. Evan, do you know what I'm saying?
If, may I, Mayor?
Yeah, please.
So remember, your comprehensive plan is 20-year plan. Your TIP is annual, right? And your CIP is 6 years. Your CIP is where you're actually putting money. You're actually funding it in a 2-year budget. So this is really trying to address, based on the study, the data that you collected in an effort to put together the LOS, the level of service. These were potential projects that you identified. You haven't actually funded these projects. They are 20, long term out. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
So in other words, this is a list of potential projects that we could do to address potential LOS degradations on the island over the next 20 years.
Right. The list, there's 2 parts to the list. So yes, that is a correct statement. The transportation improvements, you can see they're on the screen here. They're on the second page of the table in your actual agenda bill. These are primarily to address either Eastlink projects that were identified as part of that mitigation settlement, or to address anticipated level of service failures in the planning horizon through 2035. Not all of which will be in your 6-year TIP because the need hasn't arrived, if you will. The non-motorized list, and this is I think what Michael was alluding to a moment ago, largely come out of other documents that have described desired improvements in that same time period. So your PBF plan, of course there's several TIP items on the screen tonight, the safe routes to schools, and then NM15, which was the one we just kind of rat-holed a moment ago around and decided to withdraw from the list. So this is a compiled list of the projects that are kind of out there in the universe that we anticipate occurring in this 2035 horizon year, not all of which would have made it to a council if you will, your direct attention because it hasn't really made its way onto the TIP.
Bruce?
I think I'm going to echo Dave's comment, which is seeing that there's no commitment of dollars or intent for us to move forward on any of these at this time. I don't feel much invested in this list, and I'm comfortable with just sort of stamping, yeah, that's fine. I did feel a little bit more sense of engagement with the rumble strips just because you made it a topic of discussion here. But other than that, I'm comfortable just blessing this list as is and saying that, you know, in the future we will get into those details and make reasonable decisions at that time as to what should be actually done.
Is it we or future councils, for that matter?
We.
Yeah. Okay, so with the excluding the decision that we made around NM15, does council feel any need to continue to go line by line through this list? Excellent. Okay. Super. So we will move on.
Yeah, so the next thing we did, the map you see here is a 2035 intersection level service with the capacity improvement projects that we discussed at those 5 intersections that were not meeting level service standards. And if, you know, the land use development that we're projecting to have happen occurs close to that manner, this is what we would expect to have, that all the intersections would continue to meet the level service standard looking forward out into 2035. And that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions or discussion, please let me know.
Okay, council, any further questions? Bruce?
Not so much a question as a quick comment. I don't want to turn it into a big conversation, but the observation is this: LOS is an interesting tool. It's one that we use heavily in this circumstance, but it's always disconcerted me in that it is all about cars and how cars move effectively through intersections. It has no measure of how pedestrians are moving or any of the other quality of life aspects of what's happening in our community. And I often feel when we get into obeying it, that we are losing sight of some of the other aspects of what should be important about how our roadways are working. And so I just make that point so that we keep in mind that there's more to life than LOS.
Okay, so council, we've been charged with basically identifying necessary amendments for each of these different comp plan amendments. We identified the one with regard to the rumble strips for what is comp plan amendment number 3. Are there any further amendments to comp plan amendment number 3? Okay, seeing none, we are done with one of them. That leads us then, I assume, Evan, to number 8, or if you or 6 or 15. I'm not sure what order you're going to go in. Benson?
But we're not, if we want to propose one, for instance, on comp plan 3, we can always do that.
Yeah, this
We're not
again is
precluded.
first reading?
Yeah, okay.
So this will be coming back before council?
Right, okay.
Yes. And, you know, I honestly, minor amendments, to the extent the council is willing. I'm much shorter than Michael, by the way, so I'm very close to this mic at this point. To the extent the council is willing to identify what might be seen as simple clarifications or edits, please feel free to email those to me offline, and I'll just wrap them into the next draft. So I was anticipating that we would shift next to amendment number 8, which is related to this community facilities land use designation. I'll note amendment number 8 essentially shows up in 2 places in your agenda bill packet. Page 6, which is the land use map, and pages 65 through 66, which represent the policy language at hand. Page 6 also represents the amendments in amendment number 1. You'll note in the upper right-hand corner of that map, in the upper right-hand corner of that map on page 6, there is a purplish area. That is the land use designation for the community facilities properties. This is a land use map, and it's a land use designation which is distinct from a zoning map. And I do want to make sure that's clear in your record because, of course, there's been some public comment tonight that we are actually rezoning these properties at this time as part of this council action, and that is not the case.
Can you go ahead just and remind us all what the difference is between a land use map and a zone map?
A land use map establishes the council's vision or policy statement for areas, geographic areas on the island. So you'll know much of the island is kind of a yellow with a crosshatch pattern in your packet. That represents the single-family residential areas on the island. It comprises about 88% of the island area. The land use map, again, it's a policy statement. It is saying that in this area, we are adopting a policy statement around community facilities land use designation, which would then set the stage for a follow-up conversation around the zoning. Both the zoning map change, which is a regulatory change, a development standard, if you will, and the regulatory change to the text of your code. So if you think of zoning in terms of setbacks, height limits, GFA, all of that kind of fun stuff, those are all development regulations. Those are not policy statements. What we're talking about tonight is really a policy statement.
Thank you.
Pages 65 through 66, then jumping a little bit past this meaty transportation element, you'll see starting on essentially the bottom of page 65 and continuing on to page 66, the draft policy language in the agenda bill. For a while, I'll note this particular amendment was referred to as the private community facilities amendment. I think the Planning Commission made a recommendation, which I would tend to support, to remove the word private from the term private community facilities. You'll see that throughout the policy language, and from here on forth, my intent is to refer to this as the community facilities amendment. The term private created, I think, confusion, both for the staff, for the Planning Commission, and for the community around the intent of this land use designation. What the land use designation does and what the policy language does then is it sets a direction for the next step in this process, a discussion around a code amendment if that's the council's desire. It does not mandate specific outcomes. It identifies specific areas or identifies general areas, pardon me, that the city should evaluate and address in putting together zoning code. So I'm a fan of analogies tonight. This is a bit like deciding on the direction you're trying to go and then deciding on the specific path you will take to get where you're going. If I'm going down to Mount Rainier, I have several options to drive to Mount Rainier from here. I first have to decide to go to Mount Rainier before I decide which path I'm going to take, and it probably depends on time of day and traffic. So the two basic policy questions before the Planning Commission and the community around Amendment number 8 then were, A, should the city explore a new zoning designation that would address the community concerns? And I think I actually heard most of the Planning Commission acknowledge that this is the basis for exploring this policy direction, is to try and address the community concerns that we're hearing from specifically folks that live in the Mercerwood neighborhood or down East Mercer, and are concerned about the ongoing changes and the ongoing impacts that may result from a project on the JCC French American School Herzl-Nerd-Mead site. So if the answer is yes to the first question, the second question then is what types of guardrails, what types of regulations, what types of limits are appropriate in this new zoning designation? When we're crafting new code, we first want to try and identify what are we trying to achieve. Think the problem solved is the problem identified is the problem solved. That's part of this second question. If you look at the policy statement on page 66, you will see the policy issues that the Planning Commission heard in the public comment throughout their process. And those, I'll rattle off a few, there are more and they speak for themselves, but relate to traffic, parking, height, vegetation, light, noise, things of that nature. When I look at our residential standards, some of those are addressed directly and some are not. For example, I think the question came up during your public questions tonight. What's a standard that's not addressed currently in our residential standard that could be addressed in this community facility standard? we don't specifically get into queuing for parking for private schools in a residential zone. That may contribute, probably does contribute, to some of the traffic problems that we see on East Mercer. We don't typically direct or specify phasing of a master plan on the site. We don't talk about where should the public access be, where should the vehicle access be on the site. Should it be at the current location, for example, for the JCC and French American School on East Mercer, just south of those intersections? Or would it make more sense for us to look at possibly an intersection at Southeast 36th Street, closer to the I-90 corridor? Or maybe somewhere else? That's the question to ask as part of this code amendment and then a future engineering evaluation. Looking at timeline, we started the conversation with the Planning Commission, as you heard, effectively in June, where we got into the details of the comprehensive plan amendment. On October 11th, and there was public outreach, public engagement. I've certainly heard the concerns from the community that they feel like they have not been heard. I'm anticipating that the City Council is going to tell me to go listen to the community harder and make sure I understand exactly what the issues are if we decide to explore this new zoning designation. On October 11th, and I think the city manager touched on this in her briefing for you, we do have a meeting scheduled over at the community center. I believe the City Council and the Planning Commission did receive an invitation as well. I think it starts at 6 o'clock. The basic idea behind that meeting is to make sure that the community understands what that roadmap looks like moving forward, which is similar to the timeline that you see on the screen in front of you tonight, which is we have a number of meetings that we're anticipating between now, again, I say now, October 11th, and presuming City Council decides to move forward with this exercise on November 20th. And I'm anticipating sometime towards the end of March, early April, with the Planning Commission and then the City Council sometime in April or possibly even May for your final review. At the end of that exercise, so Council, recall, you're essentially exploring a policy discussion at the moment. If you decide to move forward on November 20th, that's effectively the go, no-go on this policy discussion. If you decide that this is not a good thing to explore further and you decide not to adopt Amendment Number 8, I think we would maintain the status quo and we'd talk to those organizations about what they can do under the current regulations. We have many decades at this point of experience of what that looks like, and I would offer the opinion as a planning professional, I'm not sure that's working to the community's favor at the moment. We're essentially trying to address things through zoning variances and conditional use permits and deviations and items of that nature. But that is the go, no-go decision point on the policy exploration. So the next step, of course, would be beginning to evaluate code. What should those regulations look like? What should the zoning look like? What kind of requirements would be out there? What kind of master planning would be required? I anticipate that we will engage in that discussion, as I said, with the Planning Commission through March and with the City Council in April or May. At the end of that exercise, the City Council certainly can look at the draft regulations, listen to the public, to the community, to the Planning Commission's recommendation, and conclude that really this is not a good thing to do for Mercer Island, and not adopt a zoning code amendment and not adopt a zoning map change. At which point I would suggest that we actually go back and pull the policy back out of our comprehensive plan so we're clear across, kind of fully aligned between the two documents. But that's an entirely legitimate thing to do. I personally, as I've said to the Planning Commission, I'm now saying to you, I think this is a worthwhile thing for the community on Mercer Island to explore. Reasonable minds can have disagree about this kind of thing, but to me, the point of a regulation in a code amendment of this sort is to make the conversation on point to the concerns that I've heard from the community. Certainly, as I think one of the speakers in the public tonight said, we do have a long case file history, and if the Planning Commission or City Council is interested in reviewing it, I'm happy to share it. There's no intent in hiding this. It's just not necessarily relevant to what we're trying to do as we look forward. Do we want to keep repeating this or not? So with that, if the code amendments were actually adopted, the earliest I would anticipate we would actually see development on this site would be sometime this summer of 2019. I would say I don't know that the applicant plans to jump on it right away. They haven't shared their timing plans with me in any kind of specific detail. That's the earliest that I would anticipate that development could occur. So with that, I'm happy to address any of the specific comprehensive plan amendment language. If there's direction from council tonight, I'm happy to incorporate that or answer any questions.
Bruce?
Well, if I could first, Evan, just to clarify, you've got summer 2019 development subject to new regulations, and I'd suggest that that might send a chill through neighbors and others who could imagine that the bulldozers are showing up next summer. I assume that's not what you're actually envisioning, but could you elaborate a little bit so that...
Yeah, and that's what I tried to close on, and perhaps the challenge with a timeline like this is I have a limit on the number of words, and so this would be the earliest point at which a development proposal I would anticipate could be subject to the new regulations. So recall, council member, there's nothing barring the JCC or the French American School or Herzl-Nertamede from applying for appropriate permits under the current zoning to do some kind of renovation or site design change or something of that nature. There's not a prohibition in place right now. I think actually again, I'm characterizing, but I think those organizations have done the right thing in that they have approached the city and the community and suggested that we talk about what that development looks like, how that phasing should occur before it starts. As the council may recall, there's a vesting component to this. When you apply for a building permit, you are subject to the rules in effect at the date that building permit application comes in the door. I don't know that there's any development that will occur in summer of 2019, and I don't know that there's any agreement to swap land has come up in some of the public comment or really what the phasing would look like at this point. What I do have a sense of is that the current set of regulations may not be addressing the community concerns that I'm hearing from folks in Mercerwood or East Mercer. And, this is the kind of thing where honestly, the council has the last word. You adopt the regulations, and they may be, entirely desired and beneficial to the JCC, or they might be a mixed bag. And if I had to guess, I think it's probably going to be a little bit of a mixed bag.
If I were to phrase what you've written up there a little bit differently, I would say any possible development would be subject to new regulations.
That would be more
as of
precise.
summer.
Yeah.
Or development proposal. even.
Yeah, or development proposal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Wendy, you had a question.
Two questions. One is, how come you didn't put the Shore Club, the Country Club, the Beach Club into these similar land use plans? Is it only because of the language and requests that came from the applicants for this designation?
Yeah, the applicants have certainly initiated the conversation. Whether or not it makes sense for the Shore Club, the Beach Club, I don't know, the Funny Farm, and any of the community organizations we could think of on the island, would be a conversation for a follow-up here in my mind. And that would be not necessarily something the council is obligated to do. So there are a number of rumors out there that I'm a little concerned about because they mischaracterize the legal context. This is not a rezone of the entire island, and it does not open up every property that I'll pick on one of the organizations. I hope they won't mind. If the French American School purchased 15 homes in the middle of First Hill, the city council would not be obligated to rezone those properties to community facility. It might make sense from a community standpoint, but you're not obligated to do that. That's where the legislative authority lies here. So as far as those specific sites, those existing facilities, there's been no proposal of the sort for a major site design that would prompt the discussion, if you will. They may make sense as we look at what makes good sense for managing the island and land uses on the island long term. But there's not the same kind of jump start to the conversation on those sites.
All right, so I just want to make sure, Wendy had two questions. Dave, you were reaching for your mic, and I know Benson wants to ask a question as well. Did you have a follow-up? Well, let's go ahead and take some turns. We'll go Dave, Benson, then Wendy for question number 2.
Clarify this question, though. So this land use map is our preferred land use designation, right? So this is what we're saying makes the most sense for these properties, right? So if we're giving private property owners this new opportunity, do some property owners get to decide whether to be in this private community facilities designation or the residential land use that they're already in?
No, the
Is there
decision
a choice, or is it?
The choice would be to ask the question, right? So if a random citizen, Jane citizen on some portion of the island decided that they did not want to have a single-family residential land use designation, they could approach the Planning Commission as part of the docketing process, docket a proposed comprehensive plan amendment and follow-up zoning amendment. That docket would come to the City Council. You would need to conclude that this was a worthwhile conversation to engage in. If you concluded that it was at least worth talking about, we would go through a public process. We would, under our new procedural requirements, we would notify everybody within a specified distance, and we would try and prompt the type of conversation we're having around the specific site at the moment. And at the end of that, the City Council can say, you know, we think this is a good idea or we don't, for the community at large.
Okay, we have Dave, then Benson, and I think Wendy has another question.
So this will be a little bit long, but I think it'll get to the conversation that a lot of people would like to hear, or some feedback from Evan and team that people would like to hear. You know, it was interesting to hear the head of the lower school for the French American school say that he moved here for the quality of life on the island. And, you know, the neighbors in that neighborhood moved here for the exact same reason. And some of them are really long-term residents. And I think what they see are real concerns, you know, not only that their property values may be at risk, but they may be impacted and not have any control over traffic or safety or lighting changes if we create this change in policy first without the code behind it. So I think they're, I get their concern, which is we create the policy first without the code. I think that group of neighbors feels like the horse is somewhat out of the barn at that point, and then they begin to lose control or input over what it looks like in the end. Can you speak to that a little bit and how?
So some of this comes from, honestly, my observations around land use discussions on Mercer Island in the last 2 years, which is that, at least in a couple of circumstances, we have a conversation where the outcome is very concrete, and it's often perceived by the community as preformed and pre-agreed and fully worked out. And I can provide specific examples if you want, but I think you know what I'm describing. The thought here is that we're purposefully trying actually to take the opposite approach, to have the honest conversation around, do we even go down this policy route in the first place, which is the question on November 20th. And then from there, begin to work with the community to craft those regulations so that the community can look at the policy guidance that's on page 64, 65, and 66. They can listen to what the Planning Commission is planning on incorporating. Frankly, the French American School, the JCC, Herzl-Nertamid can provide their input. And at the end of that exercise, you can evaluate, okay, here's what the current regulations say. Here's the list of issues that we were concerned about. And here's what the new regulations might say as part of that Planning Commission evaluation. And then it allows the community, frankly, to engage much more on point around the specific items of concern. I've heard a number of times concern around a green buffer on the south side of the property and kind of maintaining that as green space and a certain setback and things of that nature. Under the current approach, that's a conditional use permit conversation. And honestly, the criteria that we talk about in a conditional use permit is really, is it compatible? Is it compatible to me as a code official, to you as a city council member, to a planning commissioner, to the property owner, to the public? It's probably 5 or 6 different answers right there. What's probably much more predictable for the neighbor, the community, organization, owner, council member, planning commissioner, is a requirement that there's a green buffer along the south side of the property that's 50 feet wide and fully vegetated and provides a certain amount of screening. And depending on what so that's a development standard, right? And we could put flesh to that. I'm not saying that's where we're going, but that could be the outcome here. And then you can have a meaningful conversation. Here's the conditional use permit criteria. Here's what our landscaping standards would be otherwise. And here's what they're proposed to be under the new regulations. At the end of that discussion, what I would hope is that the community has looked at these two sets of regulations, come to their own conclusion, does it adequately address my concern around property impacts or value impacts or noise or light or quality of life, and can make a meaningful recommendation, meaningful comment to you as a council member. Because unfortunately, the choice kind of sits with the council at the end of this exercise. The other thing I'll just say, maybe two other thoughts if I may, council member. This may be a more restrictive zone than the current zoning, right? So I certainly didn't hear from the Planning Commission that they wanted to give away the farm in this whole exercise. For example, I suspect that we will see very little, if any, allowance for residential development, which is currently allowed in much of the zoning we're talking about today. And I lost the second thought, which was a great thought, but I've lost it in the meantime.
Well, we will let you break in if it comes back.
Yeah.
Dave, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I did. And just the very last bit of that is I just worry that we spent the last 17 months crafting this residential code to protect the integrity of our neighborhoods, and yet it feels like we may be slipping against that. Dan's waving behind you a little
Dave?
bit.
Yeah, Dan seems to have a... Well, when you do this, you have to be ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I want to make the point that I think has been glossed over, that we discussed quite a bit, which is these uses are currently allowed in any residentially zoned property currently in the city as a conditional use. But the thing that we were grappling with through this process is that conditional use process is very nondescript about what can be done. I'll lend you a couple of examples from 19.2 in the code. Language is used like, parking shall be required as determined by the code official. I know the applicants, I know the city would like a little bit more clarity around what parking should be required. In the residential zone, it says conditional uses for schools, both private and public, can exist. And there are only 3 criteria that they have to meet that are different and enumerated differently than a standard residential building, which requires 35-foot setbacks, off-street parking of 1 space per every classroom, and a quarter-acre playfield. That's it. So the code, the intent here, as we discussed on the Planning Commission, was asking the question, if the applicant today wanted to go and build a facility, are the current rules and regulations adequate enough to address the concerns that we've heard from the public quite a bit in the last 4 to 6 months? If the answer to that is no, then the question we had to ask is, what's the best mechanism by which to address that? And it was our belief, through consultation with staff and of course their input as well, that one of the ways to do this through good land use planning is to create a designation specifically for these types of facilities that are very distinctly different than residential facilities. If you think about a single-family zone and the JCC or the French American School, they're 2 totally different things, and there's actually nothing in our code that really enforces any good development of those sorts of facilities. There are other ways of achieving this. We think that this is the best way to approach it based on the dialogue and commentary that we had. I'll call out one of my colleagues, not in an improper way. There's some discussion, as you've heard from the public, around the process around this and how that should be done. And I think Evan has addressed that well in talking about the procedural aspects of creating, it was the majority belief of the Planning Commission, you create the policies by which would guide a discussion around the development of further regulations as we go down the road. And that's the timeline he had up. Does that help answer the?
It helps. Are you saying that all of the regulations governing such a project would be completed and codified prior to the first shovel of dirt?
They could apply for a building permit today under the existing regulations, and we would have much less control than I anticipate we would have through a new set of regulations.
Or are you saying the new regulations would be in place prior to them starting the project?
That's up to them. I would say that they have indicated that they would like to go down this road and govern their development. And Evan can probably speak to this because he's had more conversations, but my understanding from their presentations to the commission is that they're going down this road because they would like more clarity in the rules that would govern any development that they're considering.
And the current, okay, you're good. Okay. Dan, thank you. I'm sure stay tuned. Benson, and then we have Wendy.
Yeah, I'm going to continue on with the process question. I understand your response, Evan, and the sequence, how you start with the policy and then you have the regulations. But we have heard people express concerns about whether or not, number one, is that the only approach possible, okay? Number two, we've heard comments regarding this issue of concurrency in this context, whether or not the regulations should be developed at the same time as the policy. I'd like to have you speak to that, and perhaps maybe have the city attorney speak to that. And so I guess the question is this the only way forward, or can you do it with the policy and the regulations? And I got your feeling already that that's not the way to go, but I just want to make it clear that that is still a possibility if that's the way the council wants to go. And I just want to make sure that the way that you're proposing, or the way that the Planning Commission has proposed, if that will basically satisfy the concurrency issue that's sometimes raised.
So, if I may, I'll take a shot at answering both questions, and then perhaps Dan wants to weigh in, and I'm guessing the city attorney will want to weigh in. No, it's not the only way to go. You could, as a council, say, hey, we really want to craft code and policy at the same time. The challenge with that is, again, the problem solved is the problem identified. And the point of a policy discussion like this is to try and figure out what you're actually trying to do on the site as part of that policy language before you begin crafting code. So it requires, this approach, I think, generates a much more thoughtful set of regulations and a much more on-point set of regulations than essentially coming to the table and talking about both at the same time and getting them conflated to some extent. We have portions of our comp plan that are very, very specific, related to, for example, town center development, where I would expect you to have more of a policy statement and regulations that would actually be that specific. And I think that's the danger we run into if we try and do both exercises at the same time. We begin to lose track of which document should be which. That would be the first point. The second point would be, of course, we do have an applicant who has requested this, has gone through the process in good faith, and you know, I think deserves an answer, an honest answer around the comprehensive plan amendment as part of a normal action. The council does retain control. So again, I know I keep harping on this a little bit, but what we're really deciding on November 20th is, do we explore the policy option and put full flesh to it or not? And that's the code. And then at the end of that discussion, do we like the code and how it weighs out compared to the current situation or not? Could it be fixed? Should it be remanded back to Planning Commission, et cetera? On the second question, there's been a lot of public comment, and it's often phrased, honestly, as either Planning Commission or DSG has this theory about how state law works. I hope people would believe me when I say that I have been in constant communication with the city attorney's office throughout this entire conversation, and I am following the city's legal advice around this item. I do not believe that this approach is illegal in some fashion or inconsistent with state law. There are state guidelines, which are very clearly articulated as state guidelines around certain types of projects. And we are not following exactly that pattern in this case with concurrent regulation development. Carrie, do you mind if I put you on the spot, pardon me, City Attorney, do you mind if I put you on the spot a little bit just to echo that I have not proposed an approach that is violating state law, in which case I'm going to planner jail?
How many of you are there in there?
More than you might think.
So just to follow up on the comments made by Evan, there is an applicable Washington Administrative Code regulation. It does use the word should in reference to the timing of adoption of development regulations in the context of a comp plan amendment. And it says they should be adopted concurrently. Again, that's a guideline. There has been case law that has misquoted that guideline as a shall statement. That said, for the reasons articulated by Evan, there's also some fairly compelling reasons to not have the development regulations adopted concurrently with, but instead subsequent to adoption of the comp plan amendment. And I'm inclined to just leave it at that. So it is consistent with the guidance in the Washington Administrative Code.
May I pile on one last thought? The applicant has retained a land use attorney, he's a very competent land use attorney. I would expect, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hill, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. If he thought we were going way off into dangerous land use land, I think I would have heard of it by now. I have to say, at the moment, I'm trying to propose an approach that I think is actually consistent with long-range planning as it was initially practiced when the Growth Management Act was adopted in the mid-1990s. We, as a collection of jurisdictions in this area, have gotten a little bit out of the habit of this kind of thinking because long-range planning isn't something that's quite so common any longer. So I really don't think I'm going too far out on a limb with this particular approach. Again, we can respectfully disagree and often do. But I just want to throw this out. Again, we have other voices in the room that I would expect to kind of raise the concern if I thought it was a legitimate concern.
Thank you. We have some more questions still coming. I think Wendy and then Salim.
All right, so hypothetical, we have this comp plan amendment. We're going to do the regulatory framework after the fact. What if the applicant wants to go back to the residential code because we throw so much into the regs around this new land use designation? Does the applicant get a choice? Are they forced to do whatever we come up with and infinite wisdom?
You're going to put me crosswise with Mr. Hill, who may tell me that I've made a horrible mistake at this point. The reality, as I understand it, is the council makes the legislative decision on the zoning on that property. So you do have the option of assigning a zoning designation, which may not be entirely what the applicant, the property owner, would like. What's that?
Can you speak? Is there
zoning or land use?
At the moment, so pardon me, I misunderstood your question.
Right.
At the moment, the proposal is a land use map designation. I've not heard anything from the applicant that would indicate that they are concerned with the land use map designation or the comp plan language to date. Taking it the next step beyond this, so presuming again the council decides that this is a worthwhile exercise on November 20th, that's our go, no go. The next step would be to begin looking at the zoning map change and the zoning code change, the text. And at the end of that exercise, the city council makes the decision. The applicant and members of the community would have the option to appeal that decision for a variety of reasons if they felt that we had gone too far off the rails. My desire, I think the intent between the city, the community, the planning commission, and the applicant is to try and engage in a collaborative process. So I'm hopeful that that's not the outcome that we end up with, but really the decision here is with the city council. You create the regulations that then we enforce as part of development review. What I would suggest we want to avoid is something in a regulation that says you can't put any of these organizations here, and in fact you have to tear all the buildings down. That, I think we'd have a problem at that point.
Great. Okay, we've got Salim up next.
First just super quick question. Did the applicant come to us with the intention of submitting building plans and asking for a permit? And did the city suggest maybe there's a better, more comprehensive way to do this?
No, the applicant approached the city, I believe it was the applicant's architect. I don't recall if Mr. Hill was part of that team at that time. This would have been fall of last year, and indicated that they were interested in a major site redesign. That was the source of that conceptual site plan drawing that's posted on our website. We've shared broadly. I've heard a lot of community comment about it, so I'm fairly confident you're aware of it. It was a concept, and the nature of that conversation was, gosh, I'm already aware of a lot of concerns in the community in Mercerwood around traffic, parking, light, noise. And I'm not sure that this concept really works under the current zoning standards. The response we got back was, well, does it make sense for us to look at a different approach? And pretty quickly that turned into a conversation around the applicant applying for a comprehensive plan amendment and code amendment discussion. That was placed in front of the Planning Commission, I guess it was October of 2017. The months are fuzzy at this point. Planning Commission thought it was a worthwhile conversation to have. They saw a version of that conceptual master plan at that point. I think the City Council did as well when you looked at this in November of 2017. We put it on the docket for discussion. There was a brief introduction on April 4th, I believe, of 2018, and then we really got into the meat of that discussion, the Planning Commission review on June 6th, June 20th, and then moving forward here. So the intent has been consistent all along. There's no application on the table. There's been a lot of public comment. Is there a land swap deal? Is there a partnership between these organizations? I'm not aware of any land swap deal on the books or any formal agreement between the three organizations, let alone a development application at this point. I've not seen anything that looks like that. I've not heard anything from the applicant that makes me think that that exists. I have been told that they're planning on modifying that site, and that does appear to be allowed under the current regulations, something Commissioner Hubble mentioned a moment ago. We've seen what that looks like when you look at the permit history for the last 15, 20, 30 years. Frankly, I've seen comments from Mr. Hall around this site from 15, 20, 30 years ago, often around the same set of concerns, and I'm worried that our code doesn't address those concerns directly at this point. So I hope that answers your question,
No, it does. And, if I had to make a statement about where I stand on this, I would say certainly it's clear that you could take this path two different ways, from the point of saying, show me the master plan and I'll tell you if I like it or not. A lot of design goes up front and a lot of expense goes into building something that you may never build. I do think it is a more honest discussion to say, blank slate, let's talk about the requirements. And as you hash those out and as the community talks about, voices their concerns about what they've seen over the decades and what they'd like to see addressed, given what we're talking about, a specific zone, to me, I think the product will be much better. And I think that as I look through the emails and I see those that support and those that have issues with this amendment, the concerns are unilateral. It's traffic, it's parking, it's access, it's buffers, it's encroachment in the neighborhoods. It's all those things, pervious surface, impervious surface, wildlife, mitigation, all of those issues can be addressed in this process. And I think we're lucky to have the long-range planning resources we do at the city. They're not available at every city. And I would support giving this a shot. I think that the product, having a willing applicant who's reached out and said, I'm not trying to put a proposal on the table, I'm trying to work with the city and the residents to come up with a proposal that is best for the community, best for their needs. To me, I think this is a unique opportunity to move forward. There's no doubt they're here, right? I mean, this is not an applicant that if something doesn't go right is just going to move elsewhere. And we've had decades of trouble. So I would support the amendment moving forward.
Great, thank you. Council members, any other sort of current thoughts, statements with regard to this particular amendment? Dave.
I had one more question for you, Evan. Can you talk to us about, sorry to cast the stone into the unknown future, but can you talk to us about other sites? My understanding is this is each site is a separate application, but would they be governed by that same set of codes under this new designation?
So we rattled off a number of sites earlier on in our conversation. I can't remember which ones I threw out at the time. I think the intent in my mind, frankly, is that the community facilities zone, if we end up with such a thing, would be a zoning designation that would make sense to sites of a certain size and a certain level of development. So there's a Methodist church, I believe, on First Hill, which, if memory serves, the site is relatively small. I doubt the zoning that we're talking about probably makes a whole lot of sense on a small site like that, where there's really not a whole lot of point of master planning or anticipating a large amount of activity. We've talked not too long ago about the the Emmanuel Episcopal Church, and at that time we ended up amending the code to modify zoning variance criteria. You may recall, and that site, if memory serves, was maybe 2 or 3 acres in area. That might be at the lower end of what a site would make sense here. Really, the threshold I would look at if I were crystal balling this process, if you will, is a scale. To some extent, do we expect the use to change over time? Does it benefit from master planning? Are there kind of ongoing community concerns with compatibility that aren't adequately addressed in the current regulations? Things of that nature, where we would then want to think about, does this make more sense? So by way of a counter example, there's a property I'm aware of, I've never visited, I have to admit, the Funny Farm, I think it's called, up by Pioneer Park. I don't know what the long-term plan for that site is. It's a relatively large site, just looking at our zoning map designation. If it turns into a community organization related to, I think they have horses on the property, this might be a more appropriate site. This might be a more appropriate zoning designation. So I think there's a matter of scale, and I'm happy to explore this further. It's kind of crystal balling a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Benson, then Wendy.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask kind of a basic question. I mean, do we have a good idea what a community facility is? I mean, is that in the course of your discussion, the Planning Commission deliberations?
I think we do have a good idea. It's not defined, which has caused some concern in public comment. Things typically aren't defined precisely in a comprehensive plan, just as a reminder. Community facility here, I think we would think of things like, obviously, the community facility, or pardon me, the community center that the JCC represents. You might think of theaters that serve the public at large. You might think of private schools. So these are all obviously uses spot on in this particular site. You might think of community clubs. You might think of, to some extent, religious institutions. The Boys and Girls Club might be a conversation. The YMCA might be a conversation. You could bring in kind of quasi-governmental agencies. The library site might make sense. It's a little small, so maybe not, going back to the conversation a moment ago. Things of that nature, that conversation, I think, has been kind of interesting to watch. There's been maybe 2 flavors of that community facility term or definition floating around, I think, in the public comment. One is community means Mercer Island. And if it doesn't serve solely Mercer Island, it's not a community facility. Another version of that has been it's kind of a nonprofit or quasi-nonprofit or maybe even governmental thing that serves a group of people. I tend to think of it in that second category. So it's a loose definition at the moment. That is part of that code writing exercise. So as part of this, I think we will end up with, these are uses that are allowed in the zoning designation, and here's a list of uses that aren't. I would anticipate residential is probably in that list of not.
Great. Okay, Wendy.
Okay, so regarding the code writing and the regulations that will govern this land use, are there any other cities that have samples or examples we can pull from, or is this all uncharted territory?
It's not solely uncharted territory, but so there's 2 parts to the question. Is there another community facility zoning designation that will look exactly like the one we have on Mercer Island? I think the answer is probably no. There are a couple cities, we tried to illustrate this during the Planning Commission process, that have similar types of zoning designations. Recall, Washington State is one of the growth management states where the local control is much more prominent than the regional or the state control. So you don't see consistent zoning designations from city to city on really any of the zoning designations. So we have a zoning designation R8.4 or R9.6. If If you go to City of Issaquah, it's SFS or SFSL or SFE. They're not even apples to apples in that regard. So that's one answer is no, there's not really something I can point to and say, this is exactly what we're going to do on Mercer Island here, right? We can't take Bainbridge's code and plop it on the island. The flip side is, I think there are analogous types of situations, and the chair referred to this briefly in his comments earlier. They're typically done in one of two ways. You can look at zoning overlays. Zoning overlays are essentially another layer of zoning restrictions that are applied across a geographic, essentially a sub-geographic area of a zoning designation. On Mercer Island, we don't have that many zoning designations in the first place, so creating an overlay system adds a layer of complexity I don't think probably suits us very well. Or you see specific purpose-built zones that are similar to what we're talking about. So in Issaquah, you actually see something called the Community Facilities Zone, or Community Facilities Recreational Zone, or Community Facilities Open Space zoning designation. And these represent different types of non-residential designations that are for specific kinds of uses, even further broken down. There's another flavor of this, I believe, in Gig Harbor or Burien. We found another version of it. Tumwater, maybe. So there are other examples of this that are kind of close to the terminology we're using. So the flip side is this isn't really bleeding edge territory either, right? What we're talking about is kind of the same set of zoning standards. It's how we're packaging it and applying it to a specific area of land.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at it. And I think I'm going to start to echo a fair amount of what Salim has said insofar as between the work that's gone on to date through the Planning Commission, through the community, through the J, et cetera, I feel that a lot of these issues are A, new, but have B, at the right level and the right altitude, they've been begun, if that's the right word, they've begun to be addressed. The point being that the J could modify, it could rebuild today, as it were. But I think what causes me some degree of concern is that, as everyone's pointed out, if they were to do it today, there would not be a consistent set of criteria that was applied to that. And specifically, criteria that people would hold in common, which begins to be outlined in these particular policies 27.1 through 27.8. So what I'm feeling that this particular proposal is doing is providing a responsible, predictable way to move forward in terms of allowing a master planning process that the community can participate in that has multiple checkpoints, multiple pause points, multiple stop points, and even multiple revocation points that would be guided by both council, public, and the Planning Commission. So I feel that this is a really important, good, and healthy first step, and I would like to encourage council to continue or to consider supporting it. I would also encourage council to look at 942. I don't want to say stop asking questions, but I would also remind everyone we have a lot of material to get through tonight. Bruce.
I'm with Salim, and I think with you in the sense of ready to move on, take this as is and move on.
Any other council member? Wendy.
I'm ready to support it, but I want to be really clear that we are super inclusive and very comprehensive in our community outreach as we develop the regulations. I've heard lots of comments about we have a collaborative neighborhood, we have collaborative organizations, we have responsibility and shared interests for our community. So I'd like to make sure that our outreach and our input and our consideration of neighborhood impact is thorough and complete.
Dave?
Last word. So I just want to say thanks, Evan. I think you made a super complex issue incredibly actionable, and I appreciate it. And I think that, I believe that the neighbors have some real concerns, and I don't think they want to see increased traffic on 40th, and I don't think that street supports it. And so it feels like this process is probably the best chance to really get their arms around how best to influence that regulation. I do have a lot of trepidation about policy first without the code behind it, but the way that you explained it begins to make sense to me, and I think that we have, to the mayor's point, we have several checkpoints along the way that individually or collectively, we can, pull the plug on the support of it. So thanks for that.
Benson.
I just want to echo the concerns that people have raised about the need to engage the public. I think we've heard that over and over again, and I will say that a lot of the concerns raised by the public are pretty much identifiable, and so, which is good, okay? But I think we need to make sure that throughout this entire process, we engage not only the immediate neighborhood, but I'm concerned, I've heard from a few folks stating that we're just not getting the message out that this process is going on right now. Now, I realize we do as much as we can. I just don't know exactly what else we can do as far as getting the message out. But I'm going to leave that to the staff to think in terms of how do we engage the public to let them know that this process is going on, that there will be an opportunity for people, as the mayor has pointed out numerous times, to weigh in. But we need to make sure we do take that extra step in terms of getting the word out and trying to engage the public.
So, Evan, what I'm hearing right now is that your first question was, should we explore new zone? And I've heard that the answer, at least here, is yes at this point. And then the second question was, if so, what types of regulations are needed? Can you be more specific in terms of the guidance you're looking for from council on that?
So really, that's not guidance I'm looking for from council tonight, other than the text that you see primarily on page 66 of your agenda bill is what the Planning Commission has put together for you after exploring that second question. If you, and let me just touch back on the public engagement. Part of the point of the October 11th meeting is to make sure that there isn't something out there that is not broadly covered in this list on page 66. So if someone brings up, we don't want the thing painted pink, you might see me put in something around color in the list, just so it's covered under the policy statement. But at the moment, as far as I can discern, and I think as far as the Planning Commission could discern, the list of policy guidance that's captured on page 66 is enough for us to begin looking at what types of regulations are needed.
Okay. I have a couple specific questions. Because, for example, if I look at page 65, Amendment 8 still reads private community facilities. So I assume that would be
That's my
amended
mistake.
to
I
strike
apologize.
the private. The second thing is, under the land use element, number 8, this goes back to some previous conversation, maybe 5 minutes ago. As it currently reads, the proposed amendment is the city should accommodate community facilities that support the physical, mental, spiritual, social, or cultural health of Mercer Island. I would include educational, based on, again, some comments that came up a couple minutes ago. So while that's not on page 66, am I out of line in suggesting those
No.
points of clarification on page 65?
Not at all, Mayor.
Okay. Do we need any discussion on it? Probably.
I'm just looking for general nods around both
Okay.
edits. Wait,
Well, I
the first
think-
one's a typo.
Yeah, the first one is a typo, so private community facilities will be struck. Council, I'm suggesting under land use element number 8, that added to that statement be educational. So it would be support the educational, physical, mental, spiritual, social, or cultural health of Mercer Island. Okay, seeing thumbs up, we're good there.
Same, 4.
Okay, so then we move into the basic question as to whether or not 27.1 through 27.8 is sufficient direction. Okay, we've got Salim and then Dave.
So 27.3, we talked a little bit online about the intent of safety, and that the intention was public safety was paramount. So I would
So
just,
adding the word public at the start of that sentence.
on 27.3.
Can I suggest maybe just 4 nods to, yep, thank
Okay.
you.
Dave?
Yeah, and just a quick question. Housing usage, 27.5, housing usage uses shall be limited to and relate to the mission and be accessory to the primary facility. What if the mission of, let's say, the French American School became a boarding school? I don't want to like throw out every possibility, but
Sure.
housing ends up being kind of a big one.
The Planning Commission actually started down that path a little bit. Everybody's very tempted to talk about the development regulations. Let me just also observe. I think the proof on that comes out of the actual specific regulations. So to the best of my knowledge, there is no intent to convert this space to a boarding school. If there was that kind of desire, so what I would envision is something that's more restrictive than would allow a whole boarding school to kind of float through without any discussion around boarding on the site. You might see the headmaster living on the property or something of that nature, right? The parsonage. But so I think that comes out of the regulations. I think the thought in having the housing there at all was to allow for things like the headmaster or the parsonage.
It didn't feel like there was a scope of containment. Right. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
So I'm actually going to raise one, and you can tell me whether it's appropriate or not. When we were talking about how do we determine whether or not this particular zoning could be overlaid, in any residential neighborhood on Mercer Island, you talked about two parameters in particular. The first one being the size of the total parcel, and then the second one being, I assume, the existing zoning. Would we need to add that into this list of basically 1 through 8? That
No,
we would
I-
want that, or where would that, where
Yeah.
and when would that show up?
I think actually this is generally in 27.6, which the chair was alluding to a moment ago, that where you have existing community facilities. The size limitation and the intensity limitation were more comments from me related to when this zone might be of interest either to a property owner or to the city council to address a specific issue.
I have to be honest, I'm not sure I understood that. So if I translate it into some of the concerns I've heard from the community, it's how do we know that this isn't going to happen all over the island? And you gave a great, well, at least for me, what was a really clear, crisp answer, which was it was about, in part, size and zoning and some other stuff.
So, yeah, no, so certainly you could create language, policy language even, that describes when you might contemplate this zoning or expect it. If you had the regulation proposed from, say, I'll pick on the Methodist Church. I hope that doesn't cause concern. It's a relatively small site, though. And as part of that, the council would need to conclude that there's a community benefit to this zoning change, this land use change, land use designation change. And without some of those tests I was trying to describe a moment ago, so activity on the site, growth on the site, kind of size of the site, the need for a master site plan, I'm not sure that the solution we're coming up with here will make sense on that specific site. That's not necessarily called out in your policy language. It's not necessarily something you need in your policy language, because it would be a site-specific evaluation each time. Does this make sense for the community? So if the Methodist Church came in and they were successful in convincing the city council this actually served a community benefit, my size threshold there may not actually make sense given the set of factors in effect at that time. They suddenly wanted to build a 5-story building, and that made great sense for the city, which I couldn't really imagine, but maybe.
Okay, great. Benson.
Just, one last question, I guess. The area that's been designated as the CF, potential CF zone, is that an area is fixed, or is that an area that could be modified by the council if we didn't think all of it should be within the CF zone? I'm just trying to figure out how that area was designated or identified.
That area is the land area associated with the 3 organizations that prompted the conversation. So the Herzl North Mead French American School, JCC. Certainly the council can modify the map, right? Again, part of the message you're hearing from me tonight is you have the legislative authority to make these decisions. I would encourage it to be based on a rational concern, and not that we would ever do anything for a non-rational concern, but Pardon me, Councilmember. The thought would be, if we're not going to include specific properties, it would be kind of a new component to the conversation, and we would need to have some of that built into our record. So frankly, we could explain to the applicant why this didn't make sense, given all of the conversation around policy and exploring the zoning and the like in your record at this point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was just asking the question.
Are you comfortable with the response?
I'm definitely comfortable with the response. I have to puzzle over it, but not over the response. Okay, so I appreciate that.
So council, any further comments, suggestions, or are we done with amendment number 8 for now? We're done. Council, are we done for 10 minutes? Do we need a 10-minute council break?
Hey, Council, may I request a break?
Sorry?
May I request a break? I actually need to.
Fair point. I am so sorry. You don't have the ability to take quick little breaks. Yes, so let's go ahead and adjourn until 10:05. Oh, I'm so sorry there. Promise. Are you going to hang here with us? Okay.
I came to one of your meetings.
He's been in more than one of ours. If you look on top of the fridge.
Doritos.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. So council has been in recess. We have been. We have been working our way comprehensively through AB 5483, which is the comprehensive plan amendments and accompanying zoning code amendments, our first reading. So to date, we have gone through 2 of the 15. We're going to hope that the pace picks up very, very soon. We are in group 1, and I'm going to hand it back over to Evan to continue to guide us forward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will make an effort to stay at a fairly high level for these remaining items. I don't think there's been quite the same level of public interest or public discord, if you will, around these amendments. So that's not to say these don't warrant their own careful scrutiny, but I just won't go into the weeds if I can avoid it. So amendment number 6 is the next one in the group 1 category. The basic idea here is that it's a follow-on to the Arts Council's work in the first quarter of 2018, which was to put together a arts and culture quote-unquote comprehensive plan. I think the name there is probably getting modified to a slight degree. What it results in is a set of language starting on page 61 under amendment number 6, which articulate 3 primary goals for the city looking forward. And I have those 3 goals on the screen summarized very briefly. Support the arts on Mercer Island, nurture public art on Mercer Island, and preserve Mercer Island's heritage. Each of those goals has supporting policy language and contextual language in your actual agenda bill. But that's the high-level direction that we're going. We've also recommended adopting, the Planning Commission has recommended adopting as Appendix D, as in dog, to the comprehensive plan, the Arts and Culture Plan. So the Arts and Culture Plan in its entirety, as it was originally drafted by the Arts Council, would be attached to the comp plan for reference, but the policy language here would be what you see on page 61 through 64. With that, Mayor, Council, unless there are questions or recommended directed edits, I'm happy to move to the next item.
Okay. When you say the next slide, you mean the next amendment? Or?
Next amendment. So unless there's direction around Amendment 6, I'm ready to move.
All right, I'm seeing Benson ready to go on this particular amendment.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short. I have a few comments on specific policies, so can I just rattle them off and just, thumbs down, get real, okay?
So can you tell us what?
Or something like that. I mean,
So
okay.
Just
So
make
for
sure you're telling us what page.
I'm on page 62. Yeah, it's only 10:09. This is going to get really punchy later on. So on page 62, policy number 23.1. I just question, what is high quality? Okay, that's my question, okay? So my preference would be to delete it. That's one. Next one is policy 23.4. And I just didn't.
Just to set us up, how many of these do you have? Well, literally, the
Okay,
reason
I'm
for
sorry,
the question
okay.
is the extent to which we want to stop and go
Fine,
through each
fine. I have
one at a
I have
time.
about four. I have four.
Okay, why don't you go through the four of them, and then we'll come back.
Okay. All right. 23.4. I didn't understand the phrase, improve the quality of the built environment. Okay. And then on 23.5, I actually would suggest adding something at the end, and to further art education. That's the comment that I
I'm
have.
sorry, can you repeat that, please?
And to further art education. That would be at the end of 23.5. And that's it.
Okay, so there's three.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take them one at a time. So 23.1,
Point one.
the question was, or the suggestion was to strike high-quality performing visual literature. No, that's what I meant, sorry, misspoke. Just to strike the high-quality portion, continuing performing visual and literary arts programs, projects, and events. Evan, I guess I would just say, is there any particular passion?
This is aspirational, right?
Yes.
I don't think I need it qualified. You know, high quality in an aspirational way to me means the opposite of low quality. So I think I'm okay. I'm okay leaving it in.
Any other comments, any other feedback? Lots of giggles, lots of crinkling cellophane. I'm going to actually, I frankly don't care. Does anybody care enough to strike? Anybody else want to strike? Is there a second to Benson's motion to strike?
I thought that we had three.
I give a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard it.
Well, I haven't done the thumbs up yet, so your counting has been somewhat magical. So we have thumbs up if you want to strike it, thumbs down if you don't. Okay, it doesn't
Oh, it stays
pass.
in.
Stays in.
Stays in. Move on.
Okay.
Let's move on, yep.
So 23.4, you wanted to understand
Built environment.
built environment.
I think it's a defined term, isn't it, Evan?
It's a term of art that you see certainly in the planning and landscape architect worlds. So the built environment would be the environment that's constructed, whether it be a building, a site improvement. You might argue that the sculpture gallery is a component of the built environment. Courtyards, public open space, parks, and so on.
As long as, if it's a term of art, then it's fine. I just want an explanation. Okay.
Okay, great. And then the last of the three was to put at the end of 23.5 and further art education so that it reads, coordinate and collaborate with the local school district to broaden accessibility and awareness of local art opportunities and further art education. I would actually support that one. I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, good. Anything else on Amendment 8?
6.
Sorry, 6.
I got two quick ones. On 24.4 and 24.6 similarly, I'd like to include, make an effort to incorporate public art and capital improvement projects similarly in 24.6, rather than it's mandatory, because I think we can end up mandating art on every single project and end up being a little overblown.
Can you, Evan, can you,
Didn't have my mic on there.
Nobody heard it.
Nobody heard it, no.
so it's 24.4 and 24.6, you'd like to put make an effort to,
Make effort to incorporate.
or make
Where-
effort
Where's
to,
that going?
at the very
At the
beginning of
beginning?
the
Very beginning, I'm
sentence.
sorry.
You mentioned so the context that it's not mandatory. Evan, can you help us understand when public art is mandatory in capital improvement projects? Or is it?
I believe it's 1% of the capital project budget has to be used for providing public art.
on that particular site?
Don't believe it's tied to the particular site, and I'm looking at the city manager who's shaking her head.
I believe you collect 1% in its public projects with the exclusion of utility projects. And that money is pulled together, and then eventually through the Arts Council, they will often recommend that you spend that money. For example, I think banners, West Mercer Way mural, so various projects. It does not have to be pegged to that particular capital project, however.
Okay, so does this represent any substantial change from where we are today? If we were to make it read, make effort to incorporate public art into capital improvement projects, would that represent any change from where we are now?
I think it represents a change in the sense that it's more specific to individual capital projects. So I would read at least that policy statement to be specific to incorporating art into the capital improvement projects. And I think what the city manager was sharing a moment ago is that they don't necessarily have to be part of the capital project at the moment. So this is, in that sense, more directive. It's a policy statement, so it's an aspirational goal of something that the city is interested in doing.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that. Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right.
Thumbs up for adding Dave's text or
Yes,
keeping it as
thumbs
a?
up for that addition.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and that includes, let me clarify, that is for 24.4. For 24.6, thumbs up for the same?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. For Amendment 6, are there any other suggested edits, clarification, or questions? All right, seeing none, that was superb. We're moving on to the next one.
So,
Should we thumbs up the whole thing as a package, or?
I think
We're
I
good.
just close it.
Okay.
So the next one I thought we'd transition to, of course, is the late addition or the last addition to the 2018 Comprehensive Plan Amendment docket. This was the Parcel 12 land use designation change and the rezone, if you will. I'll remind the council this is both exercises, so you actually have two ordinances in your agenda bill. One is for the comp plan amendments, the other is for the code amendments. The code amendments in question are the code amendments related to the change in the zoning map. No, pardon me, the change to Title 19.11. So we're updating some figures in 19.11. That's the code change. And really what we're doing here is we're converting an area of Sunset Highway, and it overlaps onto some of the Greta Hackett Sculpture Gallery from the public institution zoning designation, the PI, or the I-90/Lid Park land use map designation, to town center, and specifically TC5. And you can see those amendments on pages 71 through 74, which is the comprehensive plan amendment of your agenda bill, or pages 96 through 101, which is the code changes.
Okay, Benson and then Bruce.
I'm sorry, Evan. Was this the one that was approved by the Planning Commission 6-1? I can't, there was.
No, the
Okay,
community
that's fine.
facilities amendment was the 6-1 vote.
Okay, got it.
Bruce?
This was unanimous.
So, I've been an advocate for creating the potential for modifications below ground at the area where the Primavera sculpture exists today.
The B1 and B2 areas on our RFQ?
If you say so.
Yes.
That area is not included in this map as it's drawn here.
That's correct.
My intent has been, and I think the council's been supportive of the idea, that any change that would occur there would be below grade, not above grade. So the question becomes, for the purposes of this rezone, is there a need to expand the area to include that out to that corner so that there is the possibility of that below-grade development or not?
So the below-grade development that I've understood we've discussed, if you will, under the Primavera sculpture and under that area, has been in the context of providing the commuter parking, not private development. If it's commuter parking, I think it falls within the zoning allowances for the public institution zoning designation. So there wouldn't be a need then to look at a rezone under the Primavera site. The TC zoning designation was necessary for the private development component to occur.
Okay, so you're saying this doesn't impact our ability to
as long as
contemplate a project that has underground parking in that area?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Councilor, is there any further discussion? Any questions? All right. So no amendments as we have no clarifications, no nothing. All in favor of supporting Amendment 15 as presented? Wendy? All right. Great. Okay, so we have just gone through
Group 1.
Group number 1.
And we're on to Group 2. May I push on, or?
Please do.
So the start of Group 2, and so remind the council, these represent to some extent policy amendments or additional policy direction, but they've garnered less public interest through the Planning Commission review process. The first of these would be Amendment number 7, which is adding policy language to that which is already present in the comprehensive plan related to protection of critical areas. And what this policy language really does, and it's on page 64 through 65 of your packet, is it provides a goal and policies that would support the protection of flora and fauna on Mercer Island, so plants and animals, and it encourages a multi-pronged approach to achieve that goal. So education, regulation, incentives, various programs in that policy language. And that's largely absent in your comprehensive plan at the moment. And the Planning Commission felt that this would be appropriate as we're looking at our critical areas code update, which will come to the council likely in May, June of 2019. Happy to answer any questions.
Benson?
This is just a question, nothing, no changes, but just a question on 19.2, the taking of an inventory of the native plants and what have you. I know it's aspirational, but is that likely to be done? Do we have the staffing to do that?
We do not have the staffing to do that. I don't know that it was necessarily thought of in quite that. I wasn't anticipating that we would have city staff going out and counting animals or something of that nature. I think this is more the thought of there are species that are identified on the habitat, pardon me, the state lists that warrant some additional protection. Things like the band-tailed pigeon or the pileated woodpecker, which may be present on the island and we may not necessarily know about. And so gaining some additional information around what types of flora and fauna are present on the island would allow us to enhance our protection efforts.
Dave?
Yeah, Benson, you're not crazy, because I marked that very same thing, which is, it felt like an unknown cost associated with a mandate, because as I read it, it's a directive, inventory plants and animals. And maybe we can change that language to something more, I don't know, facilitate the inventorying of native plants and animals. So it's not like, because I think 10 years from now, somebody could read it and say, well, it's something we have to do. Let's hire a plant counter. And those people are hard to get, those plant counters.
Would you want to suggest some alternative
Yeah,
words?
I'm trying to find a word. I guess I'm looking for a little
Something like
wordsmithing.
research and account for or something
Encourage
like that?
inventorying of plants and animals? I just don't want to put us in a position where we're, like, all joking aside, where we're committing ourselves to resource expenditures.
Let me try a couple things. One, I know there are citizen-led efforts to do this kind of work, especially around birds and things, right? You have bird inventories that happen on a pretty formal basis. So one could imagine this being a community rather than a city-funded effort. And two, maybe this is someplace where we can, rather than force the language ourselves, our intent, your intent, I support. Could we just ask staff to come up with some language so that next time we have it? Would,
Everybody comfortable
would
then
others be
with
supportive
having
of that?
staff go ahead and come up with wording that, Carrie, you're shaking your head.
In total agreement. I think it's an
This
elegant
means
solution.
yes.
No, it's an elegant solution. I meant to go like this. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to just
All right, Celine.
quickly see if we can add another bullet, 19.17, that just says simply promote wildlife watering.
Can you clarify, please?
And so, in the summertime, all of these promote statements are really for the city to ask citizens to do these things, for the most part. And so wildlife watering in the summertime becomes an issue of, does wildlife have a habitat but not necessarily access to water? And so if we can promote wildlife watering, which is a system of a vessel of water that's safe for animals. Wildlife watering. It's separate from the bird bullet. Squirrels need water too.
I would be happy to support that. All right, thumbs up.
I know this is part of the, I can't remember what it's called. You get a sign to put on your yard, say this is a wildlife area, and one of the things you have to do as part of that is provide a watering facility.
Can I
So-
just ask how extensive the planning commission was in coming up with this list?
I don't know if I could count the hours.
Really?
Like, honestly.
Sorry, go there.
Hello again, Council. Sorry.
Therapy for him.
It was asked quickly. I'll be brief. There was a tremendous amount of both staff and commission time. We had a couple of folks on the commission that are very passionate about wildlife and critical areas that really dug into this. And Evan, I think you guys probably spent at least a half a dozen or more hours on this in aggregate through several drafts. So it was very well vetted by the group. Would you concur, Tiffin and Ted?
How'd you leave the water out?
I guess I'd also make the point that you might find amazing, but the list was much broader at one point, much more extensive, and we pared it down considerably. So yeah, a lot of effort went into it.
Great, okay. So it sounds like we're all in agreement on the addition of 19.7, or 19.17, which would be promote animal watering. Is that accurate, Salim?
Wildlife watering.
Wildlife, okay.
I really shouldn't do this, but I'm going to raise one just because it's sort of, I'm supportive of it, but I think you should be aware of it, and if you don't agree, we should have that conversation. It's 1914. Promote awareness and implementation of International Dark Sky Association's method to reduce the excessive lighting of the night sky that negatively affects wildlife, particularly birds. I support that. But we certainly have citizens who are passionate about having a lot more streetlights. And so I would just ask the council to not just slide that one right by and later be surprised by it, because it's a point of debate, and it's a legitimate point of debate. I personally am in favor of less light at night and have the light where you need it and don't when you don't. But if others feel differently, this would be your moment to speak.
So allow me to talk to you about the Dark Skies Initiative. So this actually came from a conversation I had with Allison Van Gorp. The Dark Skies Initiative is not necessarily a limitation on lighting. It's the types of lighting that you do. So we passed it, as you may recall, for the town center code, where our new town center code, I believe, is now compliant with Dark Skies Initiative, so you get lights that only shine on the area where you're walking, and the light pollution that emits from those is minimized. So that's what it is. Very good.
Council, are we comfortable leaving 1914 in as currently drafted? Thumbs up. Celine, okay, good. Anything else then that we need to address in Amendment 7? All right, and done.
So I'm going to move on to Amendment 10. And this was alluded to, I believe, in some of your public comment earlier tonight. This does provide a policy basis for promoting the development of residential housing that's accessible, supports aging in place, and is visitable. If you want to see the specific language here, I think you want to look at page 67 of your agenda bill. It goes on to page 68. And the amendments here represent essentially modest tweaks to specific existing policy language to kind of work this concept into a number of different areas within your comprehensive plan, notably both the land use element and the housing elements. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dave?
I have a few here. So the good news is I think I'll be quiet for the rest of the night after this one. So I don't quite know what happened here, but it feels like we sort of went in conflict with the residential code changes that we recently did regarding density. And so it feels like there's some density feeling initiatives in here. And so I wanted to make a couple of changes and see if there's an appetite for a couple of strikes. And this is exclusively aimed at trying to protect density increases in our neighborhoods, which, again, we just worked a lot to preserve. So the first one is, and they're not numbered this way, so I'll just kind of guide you down the end of the page. Amend Goal 2 of the housing element to read Goal 2. The way I would ask to change that is strike the word densities, and at the end of the sentence include while protecting the low-density single-family home nature of our neighborhoods. I'm going to read that as all one big thing for you.
Can you say that?
Okay, so your amend Goal 2 of the housing element to read. That's the line that we're on. And then you see Goal 2. It's sort of the second to the last paragraph from the bottom of the page. So we're going to strike the word densities because we don't want to provide a variety of housing types and densities. Then I want to add at the end, while protecting the low-density single-family home nature of our neighborhoods.
While protecting the
Low-density single-family home nature of our neighborhoods.
Mayor, may I offer
Yeah,
an
please.
observation? So it's important to note that the word densities in that first line of text is existing comprehensive plan language.
Understood.
So I just want to make that
Understood.
observation. And I think I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When we reference densities, in my mind, that also alludes to zoning. So when we say provide a variety of housing types and densities, that also means a variety of zoning, like 8496.
I think that is effectively how this plays out at the moment. So you have a variety of single-family residential densities, if you will, 8, 4, 9, 6, 12, and 15. And then you have a variety of multifamily and town center residential densities. So I think if you looked at your code right now, you're actually achieving this goals statement as it was before it was modified to kind of address the other component, the underlined language there. I don't know that housing types would prompt us to rethink the zoning itself. So I don't know that I would take this in the inverse, which would be the follow-on thought here, and that kind of single change by itself, probably I wouldn't.
And this whole goal is about universal design, accessibility. We're not really getting into density and rezoning. We're talking about making housing units, whether it's multifamily or single family, accessible to people of all ages and abilities.
I think that's what the added language was intended to get at,
Right,
yes.
that's the intent.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, I was just going to add, Council, that through our conversation, this was in some ways actually in support of the work that we did with the residential code. So if you recall, there's a lot of concern about the multi-story sort of two-story design of most housing on the island, and that was actually brought out about because of policy we had in place that really encouraged that type of design. And so when you look at, we didn't change the language of densities. This really is in the context, as Evan said, of more of the zoning densities, like a variety of densities. But the added language really referred more to supporting the creation of various housing types, which we were really looking at. How do you encourage additional single-story buildings that folks could age in place with, versus having a multi-story building that, when you become older, may be harder and more difficult to. And a lot of this came out of the conversations we had during the residential code, where our existing code essentially encouraged two-story, maybe inadvertently encouraged two-story development versus other types.
So I get what you're saying, but assuming that neither of us are here 10 years from now, we want to make sure that it's like super clear. So if I interpret it as, let's build duplexes, somebody else might as well. So that's why I'm trying to clarify that with protecting the low-density, single-family home nature of our
I would only caution that in saying I think you should refer to the context in which that one sentence has been taken, that one goal has been pulled out of, because it may actually be enumerated in another way in that subsection of the code, right?
I think that was a question, and that is, I'm asking as to whether or not, Dave, I get where you're going. No problem with that. I'm wondering whether or not this is the right place for that additional phrase, while protecting the low-density, single-family home nature of our neighborhoods. To me,
Might I suggest that we take any one, we don't have to get through these all tonight, right? If there's any of these that you think have a residential density component to you, what you're not seeing is the rest of the code, the context. If we shelve those for another night, to give us some more time to spend, maybe you want to spend some time with Evan to get the full context of the rest of the comp plan around that statement, maybe, because there is another one, which is 14, I think. I mean, it literally says, explore flexible residential development regulations and town, it's in a section about achieve residential capacity in SFR zones.
Yep, exactly.
So if you pulled essentially 14 and 10, so that you might get a better understanding of.
Do we do that? Yeah. Or were you hoping to crash through it all?
well, I think, nobody wants to necessarily crash through it. I think what we want to make sure is that everybody's in agreement as to the basic direction.
We might just get through a few more if we table 10 and 14. Which I think.
I think Celine makes a smart suggestion. Why don't we put 10 and 14 aside for now? Let's come back to them and decide how to wrestle them at the end of the evening.
Okay. What's next, Evan?
Just very quickly, I just don't want to lose, sort of have them end up getting decided by default somehow. I guess they won't. Well, actually, they might, in the sense that I won't be around for the next meeting. So I'll just have my say now.
Well, we are going to address them at the end of the meeting. We did agree on
Yeah,
that
but
before the
what may
meeting
end
goes.
up happening in the meetings, we punt them to the following meeting, at which point I would lose an opportunity to speak. So I'll just say, I think our zoning code is reasonable with some larger, some smaller. I do favor, and there has been language in the past, I couldn't point to it now, about the concept of not only single family or single level, which sounds like was the Planning Commission's focus, but also the concept of cottage-type housing. And I think the language that's existed in the past was around a pilot project or a test project around cottage housing. And it came to naught when we tried to do it at the water property up on First Hill. But as somebody who's now an empty nester, I and many others are at the point of thinking, boy, it'd be nice to stay on the island in a smaller space. And the idea of moving into a condo is quite different from staying in a small single-family space. So I know there's a lot of demand for smaller homes, and not cheap ones. But I wouldn't want us to sort of head in a direction that seems to take away the possibility of that.
Isn't that comp plan amendment number 14? That's really what you're talking about.
So I think we talked about putting 10 and 14 at the end of the meeting and figuring out how to wrestle it. So I think what I'm sensing is that Bruce has brought the two of them together in sort of a principled statement. Council, do we want to stay here on 10, or do we want to put 10 and 14 to the end of the meeting?
My vote's to just table it, move on to something else.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back and figure out what to do with 10 and 14 at the end of the meeting. All right, so
next item in Group 2 was essentially adding this is related to the STAR framework rating system. And the council will recall, of course, that we've started that initial assessment for Mercer Island. And then the thought here was really building this type of assessment tool into our comp plan policy language. You'll note that this is, it's on pages 69 through 71 of your packet. We've started to use the term or similar assessment framework, so STAR framework or similar assessment framework. I think over time, this particular framework is actually going to morph in terms of its name, if nothing else. And the idea here is that we really want to evaluate how Mercer Island is doing in supporting sustainable practices. So it's another lens by which to evaluate your policy decisions. STAR framework is the current term of the desired framework. As I said, I think it may be supplanted or modified over time, and so I'm creating a little bit of flexibility in, do we say STAR or something else as well? If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise.
So the question is whether or not we're stuck because STAR changes its name to something else in the future?
And so the language that we've put in actually recognizes that it may be a similar framework that gets to the same purpose that STAR serves now.
Okay, I actually did have a question. So if you look at page 70, under amend the land use element to amend the introduction to read, you go into the second paragraph, and we get into the last few lines of that paragraph, read interrelated issues of climate change, population change, land use, public infrastructure, transportation choices, natural resources management, et cetera, et cetera. How was that list developed, and why those additions? Does that essentially map to the STAR program and it rows, columns, or some other
It
element of
does
their framework?
largely map to the STAR framework. Recall there's, I'm going off memory, but either 8 or 9 columns, and they cover a very broad range of sustainable practices and lenses.
Okay.
And I think that's where that language came from.
Just to capture that framework. Okay.
I have a quick question for you, Evan. I'm going to bridge 2 amendments here because it's the same issue, but on page 69, actually near the top, it talks about 2018-2019 adopting the city's, I think it's talking about the sustainability plan, but then in this amendment, it says 19. Should we change one or the other to be consistent?
Pardon me, it should be 2019 at this point.
Okay.
So the top of page 69, the reference to 2018, 2019 should be 2019.
Okay, so that's in Amendment 11.
Okay.
Excuse me. For clarification, are we referring to the reference in the first paragraph at the top of page 69?
I believe that's the second paragraph.
Second paragraph,
From
It
the
says
top.
2018-2019. I believe it should read 2019.
Only 2019. Thank you.
Benson.
This is actually a question maybe for the entire council, or and obviously for the staff. I'm looking at the language of Goal 26. Is that a correct statement? I mean, I guess in terms of, I don't have a problem with use the STAR community framework or similar assessment framework, but the question is to assess the city's support of sustainable practices. I thought STAR to me was broader than that in terms of helping the city develop sustainability practices and also determining whether or not how effective those practices were, as opposed to simply assessing our support.
No, I had that exact, we're like in sync tonight. I had that exact same note. That's, if we just changed
Yeah, so I
support to effectiveness.
I have, well, it is scary, Dave, I must admit.
I know. We should go buy a lottery
but-
ticket or something.
But I'm suggesting changing it so to read, use the STAR community framework or a similar assessment framework to help develop the city's sustainability practices and to determine the effectiveness of such practices.
Love it.
All right, can you read that again? So I'm sure Deb and Evan and myself are trying to.
Okay. Use the STAR community framework or a similar assessment framework to help develop the city's sustainability practices and to determine the effectiveness of such practices.
Deb, were you able to get that? No, Carrie's got it, okay. All right, we've got the tape as well. Council members, any discussion or concern? I'm seeing thumbs up. Great. Okay, we've got thumbs up on that edit. Anyone else? So, board,
Excuse me, can you put your thumbs up higher? We can't see them. Thanks.
so for Amendment 12, then we basically had two amendments. One was to remove 2018, 2019 and make it 2019. And the second one would be the addition of text as Benson just provided. Okay.
I'll note, Mayor, the first amendment you just alluded to, which is the second paragraph on page 69, is actually part of Amendment 11. It just happened to have the same language, so that 2018, 2019 is actually part of Amendment 11.
My mistake. Okay. So we will capture that one then for 11 as well.
Where are we now?
Okay, I think we're done.
Next one.
Moving on to, we were going to table 14 till the end.
And we're
Now
on to Group 3. So Group 3 kind of suffered in this PowerPoint deck. They only have 2 slides for 6 amendments. But as I said, I'm really not going to go into these in a great level of detail. We've already touched on Amendment number 1, which is the land use map clarification. Recall that the main thought behind Amendment number 1 is to clarify the intent of the land use map designations, and that's represented at the very start of your agenda, Bill. The second amendment on the screen here, Amendment number 2, is effectively a cross-reference to the CIP that's adopted every year by the City Council and becomes an appendix to the comprehensive plan. The third amendment on the screen tonight is Amendment number 4, which is related to creating some policy support for actually private conservation efforts. This is the most top-of-mind tools that come out of this would be things like the public benefit rating system, which is a property tax reduction system that some property owners might use to protect open spaces on their property. You also sometimes see transfer of development rights systems that would also serve that conservation purpose.
Is this, for example, what was, I think when my mind goes to Sunny Beam and that property.
The last version I'm aware of is the Saddle Club, actually. up
Saddle
by,
Club, okay.
Yeah. Sunnybeam's not one I'm familiar with yet.
It's right next door. Yeah, it's next door.
Next door, yeah.
Yeah.
I was close, but not quite there. Okay, so, council, we can go through these one at a time, or we can just take them in a sweep. All right, I'm seeing. All right, I think we just cleared Group 3, but there's Group 3, Part 2.
Group 3, Part 2.
They're too quick. I mean, yeah. So I can email you the typo. I think there's just a renumbering issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next three amendments, the first is related to, pardon me for the two acronyms on the screen. The MPDS stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is a permit that the city has to obtain from the Department of Ecology every few years. And LID in this instance refers to low impact development, specifically in the case of stormwater control. Council may recall that you adopted a update to your stormwater regulations last year. You adopted the most current Department of Ecology stormwater manual. That was to come into compliance with your MPDS Phase 2 permit requirements. As part of that compliance effort, there were a number of policy amendments that were identified that should be in our comprehensive plan. That's what this amendment represents. The second amendment on this list essentially establishes a goal in supporting policies related to disaster preparedness and recovery, especially looking at the kind of mid to longer term recovery approach. So we certainly have a lot of disaster planning that we're already doing on Mercer Island, but we maybe need a little bit more attention on our kind of mid to long term recovery programs. This provides that policy basis. And then the third item is really then again supporting the idea of promoting green building in private residential development. So this would be green building techniques such as the green built 4-star or emerald status, 5-star, or in some extreme examples for multifamily, perhaps the LEED ratings. Again, I'm happy to go into detail if needed on any of these. I think they're fairly straightforward.
Council, any question on this group of amendments?
Evan, I've got a question on the green building.
Okay.
On 21.1, I think I understand the intent of eliminating regulatory and
Can you
administrative
take
barriers.
us to page, please?
Sorry, page 69. So on 21.1, I think that would be things like expediting permitting, maybe moving you to the front of the line.
Potentially, it's probably even more barriers. So not allowing certain types of green building techniques where they might be actually appropriate on Mercer Island. We're not aware of barriers at the moment, but this would prompt us to do that kind of evaluation.
Okay. Can you tell me how that's different than the incentives mentioned in 21.2?
So the first would be removing, again, barriers to green building, and the second would be creating maybe even an expedited process the way you described a moment ago to kind of promote this idea beyond just the barrier removal. So maybe by way of illustrating this, there's a Solarize campaign that the city does every few years. A barrier might be we don't allow solar panels to be installed on the roof of residential homes extending above your height limit, for example. An incentive might be that we would expedite the permitting review to install those solar panels.
So for the second part, what's an incentive?
It could be expedited review. It could be an additional regulatory allowance. That would be part of the following conversation.
So it could be additional GFA or more impervious
Like
surface?
12 inches of height or something?
Yeah, I suspect it would be more in the regulatory, like a modest adjustment in the height allowance. If, for example, we're talking about a solar panel that requires an extra foot or two of mounting, I don't know, that falls somewhere between barrier and incentive. An incentive to be meaningful often needs to be a financial
Return.
benefit, if you will. and that often does turn into extra allowances.
So when and how might we codify some of this new language into regs?
That would be actually part of our follow-on discussion, really around the Planning Commission's work plan, starting probably a little bit later this year. I'm anticipating at this point in December, where we do have a number of items here that we are kind of describing we want to do as part of our policy statements. We do need to follow up on it. And as part of that discussion, one of the questions I will need to ask the City Council and get direction around is, what does our 2019 comprehensive plan docket look like? And then how do we want to prioritize our kind of growing list of regulatory amendments or programs?
So just a reminder that I believe it's in December that we have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. And I think that we'll look at how that could surface during that meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I think now that I understand the difference between regulatory and incentive, that I'm less comfortable about providing an incentive for this and more comfortable about the 21.1 eliminating the regulatory requirements. I think under the residential design standard work, we talked about this, and I didn't think there was support for giving a concession or an incentive like additional GFA for the green building standards. So if this is that, then I would not support it. If you think this is that, then...
Yeah, I don't know that I have a specific outcome that I can give you assurances around at the moment, Councilmember. I think incentives tends to boil down to one of two things. Do it faster, so prioritize it, which has a resource cost, just to be direct about it, or allow for some kind of regulatory trade-off, whatever that might be. We threw GFA out. I don't know that I see a strong relationship between solar panels and GFA. But I suppose on a built green property, you might make the argument that less tree retention was required because you had other benefits built in to the house itself. Again, I'm trying to give you a sense of where I think the conversation might go without
and
really having scoped it.
I feel your pain. I feel like the council's, it's one thing to make a bigger, greener house, but isn't that less green, right? It's one thing to make a house greener while you take away greenery, but is that more green?
What I'm sensing is that this is what the conversation would get specific in the context of actually putting the code around it.
Yes. No, that would be
So this is sort of a high level, to go back to the beginning of our conversation. It's a policy statement. It's not meant to be specified. And I think what we would ask, first of all, is this one to be prioritized, and two, the extent to which it is prioritized and code is put behind, we would have the chance, first, the Planning Commission would have the chance to work it, and then it would come in front of council. So I would just encourage us not to get too worried about what
I get it, and I only want to make the distinction because I'm okay with 21.1. It's 21.2 that gets slippery for me, and I think that what you're talking about, expedited permits, maybe front of the line for building inspections, those things could be accomplished under 21.1. Those are eliminating administrative barriers that could speed up your construction. I think the incentives get sideways with me.
I think at this point, I'd be open to understanding what incentives might look like with respect to your concerns. I think I'd like to leave that to sort of the creative powers of the staff and the Planning Commission.
I thought we talked about, like, specifically excluding incentives during the residential code rewrite. Say that again?
We talked about one, that was gross floor area in relation to green building, because the whole idea around green building is to build more energy efficient homes, which is part of addressing climate change, which is what we just voted on last meeting. Bruce, you want?
Yeah, I would be in favor of scrapping 21.2. I get what you're saying, Mrs. Mayor, but I just feels like, anyway, I would be in favor of scrapping that if there's an appetite for that.
Benson?
Well, no, I want to make sure I understand. Scrapping the entire 21.2?
Correct.
Oh.
Bruce?
I my recollection is the same as Wendy's. The council, I think, discussed the idea of increased FAR and clearly said no to that as a body. But I'm not inclined to throw baby out with bathwater on this. I think there's the possibility of other incentives. I would hope we could direct the Planning Commission and staff not to go down to the FAR path, but instead to look for something else. And with that in mind, I would not scrap it entirely.
I'm trying to do a temperature read. Those who, thumbs up for those who would like to scrap 21.2. I'm only seeing 2, so I'm not. Those who would like to keep 21.2, thumbs up. All right. Okay. It remains.
So, any other questions,
I
Mayor?
think, Benson, you've got a question?
Yeah, I just want to go back to amendment number 9. Excuse me, I'm on top of page 67, and it's the policy number 22.3. I'd like to propose adding a reference to the Mercer Island School District as part of the various organizations and agencies that are contacted, where you coordinate and collaborate.
So, and planning efforts of local, regional, state, and national agencies and organizations and the Mercer Island School District with attention to impacts on vulnerable populations?
Yes.
Okay. So adding, and the Mercer Island School District with attention to impacts on vulnerable populations. So that would be an add.
I don't have any objection to it. It does feel a little odd because they are a local organization, and you've sort of called them out in a funny way as if they're not by doing that. But
That's a good point.
I don't have heartburn about it. It just feels a little odd.
I'd sort of leave it up to you whether you want to leave it on the table or.
No, just leave it on the table and see if there's enough, thumbs up, thumbs down.
I'm fine either way, frankly. Let me ask your intent. Is your intent to specifically include the school district?
Correct. And you're right, Bruce, I guess they would be included within the local, but I guess when I read it, I didn't see that, and so I just wanted to highlight it.
Are you comfortable with the general intent that we would in fact include the school district?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we.
No, don't do it.
That we leave it alone. Okay. All right, council, any further amendments or questions on amendments 5, 9, and 11? All right, seeing none, we are through with the exception of 10 and 14.
Can't do anything, it's locked.
I'm wondering if anybody's come up with any brilliant ideas on 10 and 14 in the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Can we talk about 14 and try to knock it out?
So 10 and 14, I think, I sense that the question is around density in the single-family neighborhoods, the extent to which there needs to be explicit statement in these particular amendments highlighting that. Is that a fair?
But yeah, I would say that was one thing, but I know Dave had a number of other things, and it might make sense for you to run through your list and rather than bog down on that one, let's.
I didn't realize there were multiples.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually,
Can you tell us, is it 14 or 10?
Sure. We can start on 10, but this will directly relate to 14 because they're almost in parity. Maybe my overarching comment would be, excuse me, we spent a lot of time trying to protect our single-family residential lot sizes and setbacks and all of those things that we just, went through that painful process. And I think that a lot of this previous language that we're seeing from previous iterations don't take some of that into account. So when I see things like cottage housing, and doing pilot projects to use creative code language, right? So I'm jumping back and forth between 14 and really where you see 3.11 on 10. Those things don't feel like they are consistent with the drive to prevent increase in density in our neighborhoods. And so I would, Salim makes a good point. Maybe we take some time to read those chunks in context of their, in situ, as it were. But to me, they just feel at odds with where we've been in terms of density. And frankly, I'm a big fan of trying to prevent densification, whether it's cottage housing or micro housing or duplexes on residential lots. And I feel like this is a bit of a slippery slope that would allow that to be shoehorned in at some point. So that's sort of an uber statement. How we get there, you guys can kind of help us walk down the path.
Evan?
May I
Save us from ourselves?
Well, may I make a suggestion, maybe? What I think I hear Councilmember Weisentiner saying is that perhaps it makes sense for us to go back and look at our housing element in light of the recent work done on residential development standards and check ourselves, if you will, against the density discussion that's contained in that element, which is kind of outside what we were doing with Amendment 10, which was really around kind of access and aging in place and things of that nature. I'll remind the council you do have a comprehensive plan work docket for 2019 that will be coming in front of you in the relatively near future. And it might allow for a bit more of a kind of focused evaluation of that kind of question, both with the community and the Planning Commission, and then ultimately again with the City Council. So that would be one thought. I think on the Amendment 14, the thought there was, do we want to try things out? So to the extent of this is a slippery slope, the pilot program gives us a way to try something out without committing to it longer term. Sometimes what I've heard is, and there are a number of properties that have been brought up in this context. The one that comes to mind sometimes is the former East Seattle school site. Does it make sense to require compliance with the R8.4 zoning designation on a subdivision that might occur on that property? Or should we look at, can we get something that R8.4 in that context might actually be a much larger lot than what you would see in the rest of East Seattle in that immediate vicinity? So would it make sense to try something out in that kind of circumstance? And it might give us a useful illustrative on-the-ground example of what this might look like, which could inform future Planning Commission and City Council deliberations. So that to me is kind of the benefit of thinking about Amendment number 14. As you've heard me say a lot tonight, you would have first the policy discussion, do we even go down this path? And then the follow-on is, do we even adopt this pilot program ordinance or not that the Planning Commission comes up with? So 14 would turn into a program item or an ordinance, if you will, that we would bring to the City Council for further review. Item 10, or Amendment 10, at least the density concerns that I hear you expressing, Councilmember, those are kind of in the existing element, and frankly, even in the numerous policies you have in this packet tonight, we're not picking up every policy that has density language that might benefit from that kind of thoughtful analysis. So if the concern is really, we went through this RDS progress, or pardon me, effort, are we still aligned with the comp plan policy language? That may require or may benefit from its own, digging into it, right? I don't know if this resolves any of the concerns. You can certainly dig into it now as well. It just gets a little bit less focused on what 10 was trying to do in the first place. Is this making sense?
It does.
So could I be so bold as to say that Amendment 10, because it's focused on universal design, disability access, and age-friendly planning, you are comfortable with it as it stands, looking at the density language, either coming through other sections and/or a work plan item in 2019?
So I think what Evan is suggesting is if there is a reconciliation between comp plan, existing language, and the RDS efforts in order to sort of reconcile those two. That, to me, feels like a good use of staff time to make sure that we're reflective of the desire to not drive density. And I do feel like there is an effort to try and get density back on the table a little bit. And I want to make sure that, I think that was a great point. So if we can have that reconciliation process sort of take place, then we can see where it lands after that, rather than try to wordsmith it all here right now.
Well, my understanding is that that reconciliation would be in 2019.
What I was trying to suggest is, yes, that would become part of the Planning Commission's work plan in 2019. And pardon me if I was not clear on that point, Councilmember. So I'm wandering into the density discussion a little bit inadvertently, and maybe the hour. The challenge we're going to have is not getting too far into that density discussion prematurely, if that makes sense. So at the moment, Mercer Island desires to be if I understand the community correctly, a low-density, single-family residential community. That's kind of the overarching character. There are things that will happen that sounds very ominous when I say it that way. But there are things that I think will come up as part of the natural review of the Growth Management Act and our density targets that periodically get brought up by the county and the state in a few years. And we will probably need to have that conversation again at that point. So in the short term, I think we can kind of evaluate, are we where we want to be for our comp plan at the moment? I think it will be another conversation we'll need to have in a few years because the state will prompt us to do so.
Yeah, I get that. I think we sort of agreed that the density should flow into the town center. I don't know how to get myself out of where I am.
The only comment I'll make about this, having lived through the First Hill cottage housing debacle, and I think debacle's not a bad word for it, I don't see slippery slope at all. I see miracle to even get a single project to happen because it was such a contentious issue there. So I don't in any way fear that sort of one project leads pell-mell into 10 more and suddenly we've changed the character of our community. I think one project would be really a heavy lift to get off the ground, and I would like to see that happen. Whether it went anywhere from there would take an awful lot more work. That's just my sense of it.
I think, Dan, you're going to help pull us out of this?
I just want to offer two things here. With all due respect, I think you're conflating number 10, the intent of 10 and 14. Number 10 is really the intent behind it, and all of our discussions was around feedback we heard from the community during the residential design work that the need for more accessible housing and density was not a part of that conversation. And so I understand that it was in part of the language that was modified by what we did, but I would, beyond making sure that that is reconciled with the rest of the context of that section of the comp plan, I would take it at face value for what we've done, which is try to encourage more accessible housing. The second piece, which is number 14, I think I want to punctuate what Evan mentioned. We heard loud and clear during the residential design work that there is a mismatch and incongruency with some of the buildings that are being built, in particular in places like First Hill, where we have a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet per our code, but the average lot size is actually closer to 6,800. And so you have a neighborhood full of actually smaller homes, which technically you may think are more dense, but in reality, to be commensurate with that neighborhood, The incongruency is the size of the newer homes that we're mandating now, and that's the feedback that we got. So if you think about a pilot project, and Evan mentioned the East Seattle School property or the former Boys and Girls Club property, I'm going to throw numbers out, so I don't know the actual numbers, but let's say it's 3 acres, which is 120,000 square feet roughly, 130,000 square feet at 8,000. Let's say you could get, what's the math? 15, 16 lots at 8,400. Well, what if you allowed 15 or 16 lots at 6,800 so they were the same size, and then had 30,000 square feet or 40 or 50,000 square feet for a park or a public space? Today, our rules wouldn't allow that, and the intent of the pilot project would be looking at how can you actually create smaller, more affordable homes to look at creating more incentive for congruency with the neighborhood and better public space. Did I capture that well? So I get the concern about density, but we certainly talked about it ad nauseum, and the smaller homes does not necessarily have to equate density. And I think that is the idea behind certainly item number 14.
I'm going to make a suggestion, dare I do so, and that is Amendment 10, because the focus really, I think, has been raised a few times, is about the universal design, disability access, and age-friendly planning. It wasn't intended to get into statements about density or non-density. I would be comfortable leaving it as is. With regard to 14, it sounds like there needs to be further conversation or contextualization that goes on with regard to the rest of the code as it currently exists and/or anybody's interpretation of what was intended coming out of the residential code rewrite. So my proposal is that we move Amendment 10 forward as is.
I agree.
Can I ask
Yeah.
Dan a question about 10? Under
you.
goal 2, second from last paragraph, provide a variety of housing types and densities to address the current and future needs of all Mercer Island residents. All right, so that's existing. Support the creation of a variety of housing types that will support different family living needs and aging in place. I mean, what are the different housing types? Townhomes, row homes, multifamily?
Yeah, all of which are
Duplex, triplex?
allowed in various places on the island today. So this is not necessarily meaning that it's got to be in the residential zone. The two areas of discussion that we had around different types of housing is you have, as Councilmember Bassett mentioned earlier, empty nesters that are later in life that want to downsize. That's one type of housing. You also have a number of multi-generational families that live on the island that may want to have the ability to have ADUs. We have an ADU policy. This would support continuation of those sorts of things. So by, as it's listed here, a variety of housing types, that's the spectrum. We have a town center that has multifamily housing. We have certainly code that provides the ability for different types of single-family residential housing that would include single-story and multi-story, as well as the potential for, multi-generational.
What I'm taking away from this is when you say a variety of housing types, you're still saying they're single-family dwellings. You're not saying multifamily dwellings.
Well, we allow multifamily dwellings in the town center.
Right.
So-
But within, because we referenced density in the context of residential zoning. So if you carry that same concept forward, you could say variety of housing types that align to the zoning. So town center, you have multifamily, and in the residential neighborhoods, you don't.
So I would have to look at exactly where goal 2 is pulled out of the housing element. But the housing element does address all types of housing. And while I know it's convenient to think of the town center as a non-residential area, it is a residential area, and it's considered as such in the comp plan. although it has, a subsection of that. And so certainly, in my mind, and I believe sort of the intent of our discussion is that I want to use the language that's used here, a variety of housing types would include those both in single-family zones as well as in the town center with multifamily. And
Bruce?
Dave, maybe you'll like this, maybe you won't. I'm going to suggest sort of the opposite, well, not the opposite of Debbie, but I would be inclined, your slippery slope concept has caught my eye a little bit more. I don't like removing density. It was there to begin with. I'm in goal 2. But I would be okay with getting rid of that last, of the addition, essentially taking it back to being unchanged, with the thought that it does feel like it's sort of opening a door in a very unconstrained way towards putting anything anywhere. I believe we're at the pilot project stage, and I will suggest that 14 achieves that, Amendment 14 achieves that. We're not at the stage of sort of opening up every area to anything, which of course is not really the intent, but it does feel a little bit like that here. So what I would suggest is say yes to Amendment 14, say yes to this with that addition in Goal 2 struck.
So, in other words, then Goal 2 for Amendment 10 would say, provide a variety of housing types and densities to address the current and future needs of all Mercer Island residents.
Period.
Stop.
Yeah. So it would
Which is the existing language and.
It would use the existing language, that's right.
I would support that.
Not add that
Right.
chunk that I was
Mhm.
promoting at the beginning. I'll protect
Yeah, I'm
the-
not sure if it really adds much, that new language.
Sounds awesome.
I can support that.
Okay, so we're voting right now on Amendment 10. The edit would be to strike support the creation of a ... under Goal 2.
Can I just ask?
Thumbs up? Or wait, Benson, you have a question?
I just have a clarification, because you use the word visitability. I mean, where did that come from, and what was the intent of that, as opposed to, just having?
Can we finish on the Goal 2 and then we'll come back?
Oh,
and
that's fine,
open
but
up Goal 10?
I thought
Yeah,
you were
no, I
asking
know.
for the entire approval.
Just 10.
I was, but now we're going to focus on
On Goal
Goal
2.
2
That's fine, if
within
you wanna
10.
just-
Okay.
Okay,
All in
that's fine.
favor of the amendment to Goal 2 and Amendment 10? Thumbs up. Okay. So now, additional comments,
Yeah.
suggestions regarding Amendment 10. Benson?
Thank you. No, I just asked a question, what the meaning and intent of visitability,
It's likely what you would imagine it means, which is just.
which I can't imagine, that's why I'm asking the question, so I mean.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. The thought here is that we're trying to promote access over time for folks that might be either aging and have less mobility, or have mobility challenges in general, just to visit friends, neighborhoods, families in their immediate area. So it's a concept that's starting to show up when we speak to universal design. It truly is just getting at, even if we're not designing a house to be fully accessible, maybe the front room, the front few rooms, a wider front door, even path to the front door, maybe a single level between the living room and the bathroom, things of that nature.
Question comfortably answered? Okay. So we're still on Amendment 10. I think we have a chance of doing an acceptance of Amendment 10 with the amendment as described to Goal 2.
The only question I'd ask is about 3.25, which is a new housing element policy that is exploring innovative ways to remove barriers to and provide incentives for the creation and modification of residential housing that is wholly or partially accessible to people with disabilities. So, was there a discussion about the person with a disability living in it? Because could a developer just go build something that gets an incentive and removes barriers, but it actually doesn't end up housing a disabled person or a person with disabilities?
I don't know if I've I don't think we got to the level of detail your question just asked, which is, I don't think we got to the place where we were contemplating a specific code amendment. So for example, Council, you had a very thorough conversation around adding GFA for accessibility. That was not part of the conversation when we were drafting these proposed comprehensive plan amendments. The thought here was just, we're looking for ways to promote the creation of housing stock that serves these purposes. How that's done would be the follow-on conversation. I don't think we got very far into kind of looking beyond the immediate thing.
So again, a policy statement versus.
Very much a policy statement versus
specific code.
implementation. And you would see I'm using a lot of analogies, but the proof would be in the pudding that you would see in the draft regulations. Are they set up to be only acquired by people that have accessibility needs? Or are they more generally available such that a developer theoretically could game the system, if you will?
Dave?
Yeah, I don't get this, because accessibility to me is a market-driven, demand-driven model rather than it's not making sense to me how we would incent a builder to build houses that are more accessible in order to serve a home buying population that we're not faced with today. I think we talked about it in the residential code write-up, where, remember, we went into that, should we give incentives to someone who's making a wider doorway or lower countertops or whatever, and it didn't tend to make sense. And in talking to a couple of friends of mine who have accessibility issues, they point out, look, us two people have absolutely different needs in terms of accessibility, so you're not gonna be able to build a single product that serves both of us, because we have vastly different needs, and that's why it's demand driven. And I just don't understand how we're incenting people to build a product that.
So may I throw a thought out, if I may, Councilmember? Yes. I don't think there's a need to create an incentive if it is market driven.
What we're saying.
So, no, I think, so I'm trying to modify your statement a moment ago. Accessibility, I'm not sure would be something we would even talk about if the market solved the problem. And so I think the thought here is that there are not sufficient homes. So the aging in place conversation for a moment. A lot of that conversation focused around the desire to maintain a house on a single floor and to do modest additions, if you will, without going up. If you're aging in place, there may be incentives that would create a desire on the part of the building community to build a stock of homes that would be desirable to someone who wants to remain on Mercer Island but doesn't want to have 2 stories. Currently, what I see from the building community is they're typically not aiming at that market segment on their speculative homes. What they're often building is 2 stories, maximizing GFA, certain kinds of amenities, right? So at least in that sense, the market isn't actually addressing the accessibility issue at the moment. And that would be the basis for then the city to essentially decide, do we want to explore this and create incentives to address this apparent market deficiency or not?
Okay, do people want to vote on Amendment 10, or thumbs up, thumbs down? I'm in support of the amendment still remains with goal 2. That's as modified. All right. So it goes.
So
Did you see? Everybody, we've
yes, I just want to clarify, we're only changing the one item in goal 2, which in
Correct.
essence, we're leaving it alone, really. Okay, thank you.
which leaves Amendment 14. We can, well, so, well, it is a tactic. I'm just gonna, I could go long-winded on this. I support Amendment 14. as written. I think it's consistent with a whole bunch of other policy, so I'd give it a thumbs up. All right, so Amendment 14
Stands.
goes forward as is.
Mayor, I will
You may.
do my best to be brief. I just want to give a quick snapshot looking forward. We have the community meeting on October 11th related to the community facilities discussion.
And
Certainly,
that's
if
at
I...
6 o'clock at the community center?
That's correct, Mayor. Certainly, if something new comes up that would result in additional policy language, I would expect that I would be bringing that to the council's attention either October 16th or November 20th. Looking beyond that, we do have the second reading at least tentatively scheduled for October 16th. I have a motion to that effect in a moment. We are anticipating the Department of Commerce approval of these draft amendments on November 11th, which is why you cannot take action until November 20th.
I would call out that on October 11th, starting at 7 o'clock, there's also a utility board meeting where I will be.
And then, Council, if I may, just a request to set the ordinance to the next second reading.
Okay, council, we need a motion.
Second.
It's been first and second, and all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Okay, we now have one final item, and that is AB 5487. And this is pertaining to, council, I'm looking for it frantically, but it pertains, oh, thank you. It is, yes, the vacancy appointment process. So for that, I think we have Julie speaking to it. And I think I would, if you don't mind, I'm just going to preclude your comments by saying how, at least personally, sorry I am that we are here and that former Councilmember Acker is no longer with us, and I wish we weren't here. Well, on the council, yes, thank you. He's not with us. I wish he was here with us at 11:31 at night. But yes, he is here with us in spirit, but not on council. So before I dig myself any further, I think we'll just hand it over to Julie.
Good call. Actually, your city clerk, Deb Estrada, will cover this item.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I don't have a formal presentation for you. I believe most of the appointment process is outlined in your AB. Primarily what we're looking for tonight, since it's been such a long evening already, is we need your confirmation on page 2, the timeline that's outlined there.
So council, and for those in the public, the timeline is basically such that the advertising would begin and applications would be available effective Monday, October 8th. Applications would be due back to the city clerk by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 21st. I think that's approximately 6 weeks, 5 to 6 weeks. Council would add a new council meeting on December 6th.
That's correct.
For candidate speeches and interviews, beginning at 6 p.m. And then on Tuesday, council deliberation and executive session to follow. Tuesday, December 11th, a city council vote. And on Tuesday, December 18th would be the swearing in of the new council member. Now, the logic here, there's 2 basic points. One is pragmatics. Council has a very, very full agenda as it goes through the budget over the next couple months. And the second one is, I'm trying to think how to say this other than in fairness to the new council member. I think it would be very difficult to step in, either in the middle or at the tail end of a budgeting process. So with that, the schedule is as proposed. Any comment or question? Benson.
Can you just explain what the interview process will be? Is it going to have, just briefly, if it's been determined, are you going to have all the candidates present at the same time, or you're going to basically, I know some other cities do it differently, where they have individual candidates come as opposed to the whole panel, so. have you
It's been my understanding that your process has been in the past that however many applications apply or applicants apply, everyone is entitled to be here and be present. It's an open process. They each get 3 minutes to speak. Of course, they will have already submitted their resumes and their applications with their answers to the supplemental questions.
Bruce?
So I'm looking at the calendar, I see that we have the joint meeting happening on the 11th. Is that a joint meeting with
It's
planning?
actually
No,
with the
it's
planning commission and not the school
so I
district. That was
see
my
that.
mistake.
So it's planning commission, so what we would do is then have a partial joint meeting and a partial council-only meeting.
Right.
Okay.
I think one of our staff's biggest concern is you have so many meetings on your plate already, and the addition of the December 6th meeting, it's important, obviously, there's only 6 of you, that we have all 6 of you there participating in that decision. So if December 6th is not a date that works for you, we need to come up with a date that works for the full council.
Council, is there anybody who has any concerns at this point regarding December 6th?
Well, isn't December 11th as critical? Because the vote is on December 11th.
It is critical. That's already something that's been on your planning schedule for some time. Then council agreed to that date. So our assumption is we're going to have, but yes, you're right, to answer your question directly. Of course, it's important.
But December 6th is a net new ad.
It's a new ad, and that's our concern because you do have such a busy timeline.
So if you were planning to be gone the 11th, please be here, but it is a regularly scheduled meeting.
So under council duties, our meetings are on Tuesdays, not Mondays. In that first bullet, you might want to just update that before putting it out there in the world.
The Monday, October 8th, is that what you're referring to?
No, under council duties and compensation, attendance is required at regular city council meetings, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, Deb, the website calendar on the council site is not reflecting those December dates accurately.
I will go in and review those. We've had some issues come up with calendaring, and I think we've finally remedied it, but I will go through
Sure.
and make sure that,
It's still showing the 4th and the 18th.
okay. And this application, I apologize that we missed the Monday. This is a template we've used for many years, and I think that your meeting nights have changed since we revised this, so we'll get that corrected. Again, another reason to bring it for you tonight, to catch those things before we put it out publicly.
Okay. Do we need, we do need a motion.
Yes.
Move to approve the proposed process and timeline for appointment to vacant position number 4 on the Mercer Island City Council as outlined in Agenda Bill 5487 and direct staff to begin advertising.
Second.
So first and second, and any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes. We have a process and we have a timeline. Well done. So that actually concludes regular business. We now move on to other business. Are there any upcoming council member absences to report? I think, Bruce, you are gone from now until?
November 2.
November 2. Council.
I have one 10/16.
All right, so 10/16, it sounds like we'll be down to 4 council members, if I'm doing the math right? All right, can't afford, there's none to spare. Stay healthy, exactly. Vitamin C. Okay, planning schedules. Julie.
I really don't have anything to add. Sorry.
That was said with such the weight of the world on your shoulders. Okay, and there are no board appointments to consider this evening. Council member reports. We'll start with Wendy. Benson.
I don't have any, but I just shout out to Evan for doing such a great job tonight. So, anyway.
Yes.
And Dan for chiming in.
And Tim
Great.
for hanging in there.
Yeah,
Salim, those are-
Dave?
I have nothing.
We'll go, okay.
Go ahead.
Celine?
No.
Bruce?
Wendy and I attended a K4C meeting this afternoon. It was good turnout and a good conversation about priorities. The tentative priorities there, I think we'll want to make sure those are wrapped into or at least discussed as part of our priorities, but that's it.
Dave?
No reports other than to give a shout out to the Mercer Island junior football team, Mercer Island high school junior football team, who beat Bellevue for the first, I think it's the first Mercer Island team to win in 14 years over Bellevue. So quite an
Okay.
accomplishment.
Well, I have nothing that could top that. So with that, the meeting is adjourned. Ball program?